welcome to the Tuesday, October 29, 2024 meeting of the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners. In the interest of time management, to make information accessible to all of our residents, we're going to change up the meeting order just a little bit. We'll move through the agenda as follows. We will have the invocation and pledge, public comment, proclamation, Veterans Day, and then we're going to have our Clerk of the Circuit Court, Ken Burke, go over our debt policy. And then the County Administrator is going to provide updates on hurricane recovery. So now, if we could please join me in standing for the invocation to be delivered by Commissioner Latvala, and the pledge followed by Commissioner Justice.
Please bow your heads. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us together here safely. Thank you for protecting our community during Hurricane Milton. There are 14 families that are suffering loss of loved ones due to the recent hurricanes. Please provide them comfort at this time. Tens of thousands of others have lost businesses, their homes, and possessions. Please give them hope and comfort. I also want to ask for a special comfort to the Burfield family on the recent passing of Sue and James. I want to thank you, Lord, for giving us our friend Janet, who has provided Pinellas County with over 50 years of public service. Thank you for allowing her to serve on this commission for the past 12 years. And I pray that we make her laugh a few more times at this, her last meeting. Finally, I ask for an extra dose of wisdom for us today. And please protect and give wisdom to our national and state leaders as well as our nation, especially this week and the weeks thereafter. Thank you. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Okay, do we have any public comment cards? Okay. Yeah. Okay, the first speaker we have is, and I apologize in advance if I don't get this correct, Ramelson Patel. Please come up to the podium. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Roma Patel, resident in Dunedin City, and I'm a public policy and administration student at St. Petersburg College and in transit to work for the county. I'm making a capstone project, which is a comprehensive resource guide for the Indian communities in Pinellas County, and I'm here to request your support in ensuring that it reaches to the correct people. Before I begin, I would like to thank Communication Director, Ms. Barbara Hernandez, for her expertise and time for the project. Also would like to extend my gratitude to County Administrator Betty Burton and the Deputy County Administrator Jill Silverboard for their ongoing support and contribution for the public policy program at St. Pete College. As the county's Indian population has grown significantly, so do its unique needs, ranging from healthcare to education to culture support. Many residents encounter language barrier, a lack of awareness about the local services that we have, and difficulty accessing the resource fitted for their needs. Identifying unique challenges, I have developed this guide to serve as a one-stop solution for Indian residents, whether they are newly arrived or long-time community members. In developing this project, I engaged with several stakeholders, including the healthcare provider, educator, community leaders, employees of the county, and residents themselves. Their feedback highlighted several areas of needs, starting from they facing the language and cultural barriers. By including listing of bi-language program and accessible adult language program, this guide directly addressed these challenges. Another area of focus is business and economic opportunity. Many Indian immigrants, including myself, is interested to doing the entrepreneurship, but frequently faces the regulatory challenges. This guide provides information on local business development resources. Also, this guide emphasizes community health by connecting residents with culturally aware healthcare professionals. In addition, this guide also fosters cultural support and social connection by detailing location of Indian grocery store, restaurants, and temples, which serve as an anchor for many families. Also, they feel rooted accepting this new resource guide. Throughout this process, I have conducted surveys and interviews to ensure that this guide is relevant and comprehensive. So the feedback revealed a significant gap in awareness about the available resources in the county. So this guide aimed to bridge that gap to serve the community better. To maximize accessibility, this guide will be available in both English and the Indian national language Hindi, and in printed, in digital, and also the QR code scan system. Finally, I really appreciate your time, consideration, and any guidance or support that you can give me to distribute this guide effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfect timing. Looks like you might have practiced that a time or two. Okay, next we have Paul Varga. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Paul Varga. I'm here to talk about the FEMA 50%. I'm basically here to share my frustration and frankly my shock over the FEMA 50% ruling. The lack of advanced planning on the part of Pinellas County is shocking to me. Quick research that I've done, this rule has been in effect since 2019, and I'm frustrated that there's no proactive review, plan in place, and everything I've seen is we're playing catch-up while the residents are scrambling to rebuild their homes. How did the county not have a pre-approved action plan in place? How was there no chairperson appointed years ago with a committee to complete an action plan and ordinance to rebuild? I'm also frustrated after watching the Pinellas County Board meeting on October 24th, where experts were hired and brought in to help the county with the 50% rule. The experts I saw were underprepared for this board meeting. They had not reviewed the existing Pinellas County ordinance prior to the meeting. They had no pertinent information to provide, and they didn't directly answer questions with a definite yes or no answer. Charlotte County and more of our neighboring counties had experienced this painful requirement in 2022 after Hurricane Irma. Why did the county not think to get in front of this FEMA rule? Why did Pinellas County not visit our neighboring counties and study their mistakes, study their pains, and study this FEMA rule? Why did we not put a commission together and put a plan in place to implement after the inevitable? Pinellas County is a peninsula. We're arguably more susceptible to this than any other county. Why did we not have a plan in place? We had 5 years to prepare for this. Some major frustrations I've heard. Current language from a FEMA speaker was, FEMA said we wanted to convince homeowners to raise their home with this 50% rule. Convince homeowners? They're forcing homeowners to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to raise their home to comply with this rule after a national emergency. This is the time that government needs to step in and help streamline the process, streamline the rebuild, and it's causing more pain, frustration, confusion, expense. The complete opposite of what government should be doing. Yet this is what we see time and time again, government unprepared, causing more pain, more delays, and more grief. I was given a quote to raise my home. It was $150 a square foot, $300,000 to $400,000 to raise my home. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next up, David Ballard Geddes Jr., followed by Ronald Walker. Good afternoon, David.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live at 802 Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. Based on Pinellas County Resolution 95-286, Section 4C-2, stating absolute bill of sale, full warranties of title, and release of lien, the county has been sold to the Water District in a 30-year fee simple title transfer as seen in statute law. Using a quid pro quo agreement, legislation is intending to shapeshift the county from its fortnighted statesmanship into a politically laundered watershed jurisdiction under the 14th Amendment. We are approximately halfway into this process of such. Based on such sale, the county ad valorem has been nulled and void by its own making. The ad valorem is invalidated. Based on the counterfeiting nature of the Declaration of Independence serving as preamble to Hamilton's second Constitution, this Constitution was predispositioned to be dissolved. This, our current political structure, is intended to be dissolved and assumed as this government, as a power of the earth, that power being water, when in the course of human events, the truth, the reality of watersheds was the original mapping effort of the continent. Wanting their cake and eating it too, the county is intending to give rise to insurrecting an unduly elected body in government as a non-ad valorem, de facto despotic water jurisdiction that is intent on directly levying against us, the residents, claiming due process rights of the 14th Amendment, taking our liberty, property, and such. Based on Article 3, Section 3, this levy, if reversed, this is seen as an act of treason and an act of war. The rebellious nature of legislation has already surpassed the point of no return in its constituted hypocrisy, as contrast on the colorfully highlighted ad valorem bill I have before us here. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Ronald Walker. Is Ronald Walker here? Oh, there we go. And that will be followed by Callie Gigank and Zoom.
Good morning. Afternoon, rather. Ron Walker, 7100 Olmerton Road, Largo. Commissioners, this is my 7th appearance before you since last May, telling you you're being stolen from with 2 fists. Millions of dollars, and not one of you have lifted a finger to either catch the thieves or to collect the money. This morning, Commissioner Lavella asked God to give you wisdom, and I'm here hoping he does, because they're going to steal $15 million from you soon. You guys are just letting it happen. That's all I have to say. You have my contact information. I'd love to help you catch the bad guys and collect the money.
Thank you. Okay, Dairy Lynn, do we have Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Kelly Gignac, please raise your virtual hand. We'll go ahead and unmute you. Can you hear us?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Okay, my name's Callie Janak. I am appearing for address 713 First Court in Palm Harbor. We are a flood zone X, and we got 2 feet of water inside the home, as well as 24 of our neighbors during Hurricane Milton. We know that there is some pump issue that pooled at the corner of Westlake and CR 95. There was the pharmacy who was fined 12 years ago, yet they still don't have functioning pumps. And then it took the county a week before they dispatched pumps to drain out the nearly 7 feet that was in the county roads. And that is what brought down the floodwaters in our community as well, without any pumps that entered our neighborhood. We're just kind of looking to see what happened, what's going to be done, and why there is not enforcement for all these bodies of water around us that should have working pumps. If they have previously been fined, why was this not enforced, especially with this kind of hurricane season? We've had weeks to prepare for it. I know our community at Wedgwood was personally draining their pumps beforehand, running lift stations so that we would be able to take on water. With 15 inches of rain, I don't understand how we ended up with waist-high waters in our parking lot. Again, it seems like the waters were all around. Palm Harbor Fire Rescue had to come in and take out the residents. So we're just trying to see what the plan of action is for all of these lift stations or the bodies of water around us that do not have them, so that moving forward, we're not facing this again. And it seems like it wasn't even just our area, other flood zone X's like in Forest Hill. However, the Tampa Council is stepping in and they're already claiming and coordinating to take care of those residents and the issues with their sewage backups. So that is all I have for that.
Thank you. Okay, we got a little out of order today. We've had a lot of interesting things happen. The power was out here, and then we had to move to the other building, but there was no air conditioning, and the power came on here, so please excuse our little bit of moving things around today. So now I would like to invite Michael Swanger, our Veterans Services Director, and David Marsh and Ken Branch, co-leaders at Operation Warrior Hope, for the Veterans Day proclamation. So we all know freedom isn't free, and it is our honor and our obligation to honor our veterans, not only on Veterans Day, but each and every day. So please allow me to read our proclamation. Whereas for generations, millions of Americans have answered the call to serve, taking the sacred oath to defend and preserve our nation's ideals of liberty and democracy. These patriots represent the best of us. On Veterans Day, we honor their service, their dedication, and their valor, and are forever grateful for their sacrifice. And whereas our nation has a sacred obligation to properly prepare and equip our service members when we send them into harm's way, and to care for them and their families when they return home. And whereas Operation Warrior Hope, a community organization made up of veterans and caring citizens, is dedicated in its focus on veterans' wellness, suicide prevention, and ensuring access to community resources. And whereas Operation Warrior Hope has impacted and saved the lives of many veterans in the community through their embodiment of the values of honor, loyalty, and commitment as they work to continue to uplift their brothers and sisters in arms. And now therefore be it proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that November 11, 2024 be recognized as Veterans Day in recognition of Operation Warrior's Hope.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dave Marsh. I'm the commander of American Legion Post 7 in Clearwater on Turner Street. It's an open post, so anybody can come in, So if you can find your way to Turner Street, please come. On a softer note, Operation Warrior Hope is a huge project that we've been doing since Ken Branch came in one day in 2022 and asked me, he says, can we do something other than bingo and beer in these allegiance? I said, yeah, I don't like bingo. End of statement. And we sat down and by April of 2023, we started our first meeting with 12 companies that we were affiliated with. Today, we have 81. We've had a lot of good things happen with mental health and suicide prevention. We've had some terrible things. When you lose one, it's bad. But we see light at the end of the tunnel. Yesterday, day before yesterday, we signed an agreement, memorandum of agreement with some very high-ranking people in Washington, D.C., and we're going to have a bigger footprint going forward. That's all I can say at this time, but watch out, the little guy's coming up. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you. Also, I'd like to thank Michael Swanger for doing this because he's a backbone guy that really helped out. Thank you, Mike.
I'd like to invite my colleagues up for some pictures. Okay, next we have the debt report policy by the clerk of the circuit court, Mr. Ken Burke. Welcome, Ken.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for inviting me to be here today. Before I get into the debt report, I'm going to take an opportunity to pay tribute to my good friend, Janet Long. I know many voices here today are going to be raised up and to pay tribute to Janet, and I see her family here. But Janet, I just want to thank you for your lifetime of dedicated service. Our friendship goes back over 30 years when you worked for the insurance commissioner. And since I'm part of Seminole, we claim Janet, of course, as part of Seminole. She served on the Seminole City Council with distinction, and then went to the Florida House of Representatives, and those were exciting times, and she always had an open door up there, and then came on here to the Pinellas County Commission. And Janet, I think if I had to use one word to describe your public service, I would call it passionate. She's always been very passionate about listening to constituents, to doing her best to serve, to be educated on the issues. Occasionally, we would disagree. On those occasions, you were wrong, Janet. But I just want to thank you for your outstanding public service. Also want to thank you for those great Christmas parties you've had at your house. Always a fun time. And I just wish you the best. I know I'll be seeing you on a regular basis still in Seminole. But God bless you and thank you for your dedicated service to the people of Pinellas County. God bless you. I do, before I get into the debt, when I have good news, I'm going to share it with you publicly. And this past year, which we just ended our fiscal year, September 30th, we had record investment earnings. Our investment earnings were $104 million of investment earnings this past fiscal year. I wish I can claim total credit for it, but Jerome Powell, the Federal Reserve Chairman, deserves some credit too of the high interest rates. I do want to point out, since the public doesn't think the county has an extra $104 million to spend, only a portion of that goes to the general fund. This has to be allocated to a lot of different funds. For example, and it's going to help out our health fund. Our health insurance fund will get around $4 million of additional income based on this investment income. So it gets distributed to all the various funds, where the Tourist Development Council funds, the Solid Waste Fund, I saw Paul Sacco here, all the different funds, which we have around 23 of those funds. It gets proportionally distributed based on how much that fund has in it. But it was a banner year, probably won't be repeated because the assets are going down because of our spending, first of all, on the hurricane. A lot of funds are going to be dispersed there, and also because rates are going down. So I do want to point that out. I also want to pay tribute to our Jeanette Phillips and Bill Seither, who are here with me. Wave so everyone can see who you are. Our finance director and assistant finance director. The two storms have impacted everyone. Obviously, the people whose house has been flooded, and it's been terrible, and our hearts go out to you. The clerk's office, like many in the county government, has been working extra hard because of all the requirements that are put upon us with the disbursement of the funds. I gave you a report by email a week ago. Approximately, we're up to like $50-some million of additional disbursements that are storm-related. The overtime rules that we had to calculate, our payroll department's been very active and involved with that. And there's a lot more additional research. Obviously, this could continue as those items come in. Also, it was between fiscal years, which makes it even more interesting, the disbursement between September 30th and post-September 30th, the new fiscal year, and trying to meet the many laborious requirements of FEMA. I just got contacted by NACO, your organization, to serve on a task force dealing with disaster relief and the hurricanes. I just got that email this morning, and I volunteered to serve on their task force. But the main reason for talking to you today, so I'll get to that, is a debt policy that we're going to be asking for you to approve at your next meeting, but we want to talk with you about it. This has been something which has been on our plate for over a year now. If you remember, I've come and visited you before and talked about this. We've really never had a formal debt policy because in Pinellas County, and y'all have been good stewards of this, the only debt we've really had is the sewer debt. But we've never accounted for, and so we basically been doing things through past policy rather than having a formal debt policy. The Government Finance Officers Association considers this a best practice to have a debt policy. Also, this allows us to do the internal borrowing, which makes a lot more sense than the high cost of external borrowing for certain short-term conditions or for situations like with the disaster relief with the FEMA funds. So this has been through a tremendous process. Our Clerk's Finance Division has taken a leading role on this. Your county administrator, Mr. Burton's been involved with this. The Office of OMB, Chris, has been involved with this. The County Attorney's Office has been involved with this. Our Outside Debt Counsel has reviewed this, and our outside financial advisor. All have contributed greatly to this debt policy. And I do want to point out that on page 3 of the debt policy is really where it talks about the inter-fund loans, so that if we have monies in internal funds, we can borrow against those first and avoid the high cost of bank borrowing or municipal bond borrowing in certain instances. So this allows us to close the loop on having a solid rationale behind our debt policy. And it does meet the best practice standards out there nationally. So really, I have no action for you today. Mr. Burton has agreed to put this on the next agenda, and we'll be asking for your consideration at that time. But I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have. If I can't answer them, I'll defer to my experts and Jeanette and Bill, or anything concerning the clerk and the finance division. Okay. Yes, Mr. Justice.
Mr. Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Clerk, thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing this to us. The only question I would have is, we've been acting on this past policy that in the past, and I know we've had limited use of this over the years. Is there anything that we're doing currently that would change under the policy that you have here before us?
This just authorized the intra-fund borrowing, which we really have not done a lot of previously. And this allows, again, learning from the examples, when the public speaker spoke about, we contacted Lee County and Charlotte County and Bay County from their hurricane experiences, and they had severe cash needs. And because they didn't have policies with interfund, they were looking at outside financing. And so which we have healthy reserves in some of these, in the solid waste, for example, or even the tourist development where you could have temporary. So this will have the commission have an official policy which allows us to do that. Before, we probably could have done it, but we've had to go through resolutions of coming at each board meeting.
Gotcha.
So this puts it in so we don't have to come each time. Obviously, you would be involved in it and be approving it, but this puts it in policy that we can go forward with it.
All right, makes sense. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Justice, for that question.
Questions? Commissioner Lavella?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does this change Commissioner Eggers' favorite topic, which is the reserve levels?
No, this has really nothing to do with the reserve levels. Is that correct, Jeanette? Yeah. Yeah, it really does not affect reserves. It just allows us to borrow against some reserves that wouldn't have the immediate cash needs.
Any other questions? Ken?
Thank you, Mr.
sir.
Chairman.
Appreciate it very much.
Sir.
Okay, now we're going to move on to county administrator updates on hurricane recovery.
Afternoon, Commissioners. As you know, Pinellas County remains under a local state of emergency. The EOC remains at a level 2 activation, which provides for ongoing recovery operations. Joe Burrows here, and he's going to go over the specifics of our recovery efforts and the partnerships, that we've formed and are continuing to work on in a few minutes. But the partnerships has really been the key to this, but it's also creates a lot of confusion because there's so many people involved and so many different jurisdictions to act on. You heard our speaker talk about that earlier, where you have things that are being applied and it looks at as a countywide effort, yet each jurisdiction has individual responsibilities, individual determinations they must make, and individual plans that were in place that they must follow. That makes it confusing for our residents. One of our, and you'll hear us talk about that, one of our efforts that we're trying to do is really work on streamlining that information, trying to get clear information out to residents further ahead of time to take some of the mystery and the confusion out of what is a very, very complex process. I continue to be very proud, though, that everybody is working towards creating those partnerships, be it state, federal, municipal partners. Our dedicated workforce, I can assure you that they're working tirelessly on this recovery effort, and I know it can't come too soon, but we're continuing to do everything we can for both our internal crews and our external partners and picking up debris and responding to all the different needs. Our main focus in the coming weeks will be on educating and administering the substantial damage determination process, connecting our displaced residents to housing options and resources that are provided both at the state and the federal level. We did get an update that the state has now closed down the debris collection site that is at our landfill, except to only authorized commercial haulers that are working directly for FDOT. Yesterday, we had a very comprehensive meeting with the state EM director, Kevin Guthrie, and all the cities where we came together and talked about all the various components that are needed. And obviously, housing is a major piece of that. Again, we do remain grateful for the state and federal resources. They're in our EOC, they're there daily, and they're there to support us. And the state has also placed an EM person from the state in each city that we have in our county to assist them and working through the various functions that we have. So there's still a lot of work to do. And I'm going to go over some of that stuff when Joe's done. But I want you to know that they are working to try to streamline processes as much as possible. And some of the many of the things that are in progress because you're waiting for answers of what will be allowed under either state EM rules or FEMA rules. And so the clarity is you can't just do things on your own. In a lot of situations, you have to ask for permission, and you're waiting for those programs to get turned on by the state and federal government, which we've seen over the last week, several new programs be turned on. You can request, but there is a delay, and that's been part of the frustration, certainly for our residents, but also for us trying to get the resources to our residents that they need. So at this time, I'll let Joe go over a lot of those types of details, and then we can answer questions at the end.
Did you want to ask a question? Go ahead. I don't know. Okay.
Let's let Joe give an update, and maybe that'll answer some of the questions. Okay?
Good
Afternoon, Commissioners. Joe Bories, Emergency Management. Thank you, Barry. Just for reference, some of these figures were updated just as this morning and even at close of business yesterday, so the latest information that we have. Damage assessments for residential. We have 720 destroyed homes and 18,967 with major damages. And that's a mix of Helene and Milton as well. Unfortunately for our businesses, we have 1,041 impacted, both with physical and economic damages, totaling $1.2 billion in damages. As Barry mentioned, a substantial damage inspection process is underway and good progress is being made in the unincorporated area. To help our residents, our Building and Development Review Services Department has extended their hours Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., and Saturday from 8 to 12 p.m. to support storm damage repairs permits. For shelters, we still have folks from Hurricane Helene and now Milton in our shelters. We have 2 shelters open, one at the Light of Christ Church with 75 survivors, and the other is St. Catherine's Church with 105 survivors. We have a multi-agency team that's working on case management and housing placement for these households that are in our shelters. The American Red Cross is actually leading the efforts at those 2 shelters, but we do have county employees from Human Services and Animal Services there as well helping out. FEMA assistance, yes, we've had 238,145 applications for individual assistance from our residents here. For Helene, that's been given out already $300 million, and for Milton, $153 million for our residents. Public Works is reporting that all traffic signals are operational and are on Duke power. Debris, got this update just a little bit ago, nearly 135,000 cubic yards of debris have been collected, but this does not include the citizen drop-off locations as well, too.
That's in the unincorporated area.
In the unincorporated, yes, sir. The cities continue implementing their own debris collection operations for their residents. Marine debris will be collected and disposed of by the state contractor. Data gathering for that effort is ongoing. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission is handling derelict vessels from Hurricanes Helene and Milton. The sand cleaning operations continue at Sandkey Park. Anyone can take storm-related bulk sand to Sandkey Park, and it'll get cleaned and put back onto our beaches. I know that the post-Milton surveys are in process and evaluating the total sand loss from our area beaches as well. Paso Grill, the sand removal from streets and right-of-ways is 99% complete. Sunset Beach, there's still significant material from private property in the right-of-way, and that's slowing things down a little bit, so they expect that to continue for another 2 or 3 weeks, cleaning up out there. Utilities is reporting that potable water service levels are stable and all major facilities are operational. The wastewater service levels are stable as well. There was minor damage at the South Cross Bayou and William Dunn area. There was some saltwater damage to about 12 pump stations out there that they're still dealing with. But our Pinellas County Utilities has provided financial assistance to our customers. All late fees and delinquent account deactivations are suspended now through January 1st. One of the partners that Barry was mentioning was the Army Corps of Engineers. Their Operation Blue Roof is out in our community. They've taken over 870 applications in to put blue roof coverings. These are actually a little better than just blue tarps out there. They're actually out at the Winn-Dixie on Madeira Beach right now taking in registrations, and then they'll be on St. Pete Beach from Wednesday through Friday taking in applications, and residents can also do that online as well too. For housing, the open county hotels continue to have a high occupancy, which is generally only experienced during the height of tourism season. And we did get transition sheltering assistance has been offered by FEMA for qualified applicants for both Helene and Milton. For our parks, we still have 7 regional parks that are still closed and under repair. For helping our citizens, the crisis cleanup application is still active, and it has 3,091 total Pinellas cases have been submitted, with 2,033 open cases, and they've actually closed 1,058, so they've helped 1,058 residents already. We have 10 donation centers throughout the county where residents who need assistance can go and get assistance there, and that's available at Pinellas.gov disaster assist or disaster.pinellas.gov to find out where those opportunities are. We continue to take in volunteer opportunities from our community partners, plus state-sponsored Volunteer Connect is available for folks that want to help out as well. And we're still maintaining 7 comfort stations that are open throughout the county. These have a variety of showers, toilets, and washers and dryers at different locations. You know, some are in Madeira Beach, Treasure Island, Kenneth City, and Gulfport. That's the end of my report, sir.
I think one of the, and Joe touched on a bunch of different areas, but I think right now the biggest factor that's really driving people obviously is the debris and getting that picked up, and that's an ongoing operation that'll continue both in the cities and the unincorporated area until we get it cleaned up. But it is going to take time. There's a finite amount of resources. These have to be FEMA certified contractors. You can't just go out and hire a bunch of contractors. But they will get there. It's just going to take time, and that's no different than every storm that's ever hit Florida. It's taken time, and I know residents, don't want to hear that. I want to assure people in the unincorporated area, whether you're on Enclave and down outside of Gulfport or up by Tarpon Springs, we know your street. We know it's there, it's on our contractor list, and we keep that live, and we update that based upon their collection. So they can go there and you can see the progress that they're making, and they will get to everyone. It's both our contractors and our county crews. The other piece is obviously the substantial damage determinations. That's what determines whether or not you can pull permits. And so there's a specific FEMA rules for that that we must follow. We received 80 contract inspectors from the state to assist in doing that substantial damage determination. They came in, a week ago Friday, Tom? So they've been about a week and a half. That's not just for unincorporated, but we provided those out to cities. So between us and the cities, those contractors are assisting the county, property tax, the county assessor, our own building and development staff for the unincorporated area, and then we provided those out to the communities. So they're going through and doing those inspections, and they're going to establish the rules on how they make substantial damage determination. Again, each city must certify their own substantial damage determination against FEMA-imposed rules. They can't just arbitrarily go out and do that. They have to comply with the FEMA rules. We're trying to speed that process up, obviously, for internally, and then we'll put that out to folks in terms of how they'll actually receive that determination. And that's key to being able to pull permits, to be able to do your work. The one message to people is you need to have a permit. You need to have a permit. And that, again, is a FEMA requirement for local jurisdictions to enforce their rules. And Kevin Guthrie has said that repeatedly, and that's from the state EM director. And so that if you're in a jurisdiction, whatever jurisdiction you're in, please contact them before you go doing work. We want to get that work out because we certainly don't want people to do work, and then under FEMA rules, we must enforce our ordinance regarding unpermitted work. But the substantial damage determination, for those that are not impacted by that, will then pull them out to where they can start to rebuild and they can pull permits and move on with their life. The other piece is substantial damage determinations, and again, we'll have to put out rules for that. With that, that's a lot of information. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
So, did you still have a question? Okay. Commissioner Long, and then Commissioner Flowers, and then Commissioner Medlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm a little confused, Barry, about if you're a citizen in our county who lives in a city, do they have to get the substantial damage assessment done by the city and then by the county?
No, just if they're in a city, then that will be handled by that city. If they're in the unincorporated area, it'll be handled by the county.
Okay, so then make believe for the sake of discussion that it's a house, that it's a citizen who has a home that has been totally destroyed. They've lost everything. So you can imagine the frustration and the emotional anxiety that they're in as they try to make
Absolutely.
plans to rebuild. And it sounds to me like the process isn't even in place yet for them to be able to go to a portal and click on there and get direction on what they need to do to be compliant with all the different regulatory authorities that are going to have to kick in.
Well, and I think the big thing right now is if you need to contact your city or the county. Like if you call us, you're going to get to a person that's going to say that we need to schedule an inspection to where we can get that substantial damage determination, or you're not, to where then you can move in one direction or another. If it's substantially damaged, then that's when the FEMA rules kick in for elevation and things like that, per your local ordinance, whatever ordinance was in place at that time. And it's a little different amongst cities. That's the reason I say that. It's their ordinance. And it has to be compliant with FEMA, but it's their ordinance. So that will then tell them whether they can simply pull permits and build, or they have to go through and all the FEMA rules to elevate, what the gentleman was talking about.
Follow up, Mr. Chair? Yes. So in that scenario that we've just been walking through, are they going to, I mean, this is going to take forever, because even after they do the substantial damage assessment, then I heard you say, and then they'll develop the rules?
No, the substantial damage determination will then they have to follow your rules regarding, elevating your structure or whatever is required. That process to get grants or things, those are going to take some time. Because,
what does that mean to you?
well, and I can let Joe speak to it, and I don't think Kevin's here. I can speak to, there's certain grants that they can get that are like, you can put in place and you can get that. Other places that have had hurricanes that have gone through something like this, there were other programs that were made available, but they required federal government to act. So it requires congressional action for appropriations that would give money to be able to, more than the $42,000 that I think you can get under a current FEMA program, that would go and provide greater assistance. So those are long-term issues, no different than the Elevate program. There's a program to assist homeowners with elevating your home, but it takes a significant amount of time. The state has an idea, Kevin Guthrie, about how to speed that process up. But again, they haven't worked that process yet. So there's things in place like that that I can't tell you if it's going to work or not, because we're waiting on both the state and FEMA to act on those programs. Those will take time. So we've got to help owners with what are the options then for them if it's going to take time.
But, and I hear you, and I'm not trying to be argumentative, I promise you. My frustration is it's very easy for me to put myself in the shoes of some of these folks who have lost everything. And when you say it's going to take time, many of them have already found transitional housing.
Correct.
But they have to be able to have some kind of time frame to work in order to even have a discussion about how long they're going to be in transitional housing. What does that look like versus I'm trying to rebuild my home and I have a mortgage on the home that just got destroyed. I mean, it's mind-boggling.
And I don't have, you're exactly right. There is no question there's a frustration there, and
I
there
love
should.
it when you say that.
Well, and there should be. And there should be. I mean, if I'm a homeowner, I'm waiting for these programs to kick in. Well, when are they going to kick in? Well, I can't answer that. These are FEMA programs. And can we get, for Kevin's ideas on the Elevate program for something like that, right now it's about a 3-year process. Can he speed it up to a year process? I don't know the answer to that. Those are programs that are outside of our control. What I can assure you we're doing is we're trying to staff that to even be able to educate and provide information to people about what may be available. The thing that everybody has to register with FEMA, so you have to go through their process. That then, their people are educated based upon what programs they're eligible for. Many of them are based upon individual situations. There's a lot more work to do here regarding the housing options. It's not, I don't have a silver bullet, and I'm certainly not here to say that this process is easy. We're trying to navigate this process as we speak. And many of the programs that you have today, there may be more in the future, but there's no guarantee that we'll get those. We can advocate for them. We're going to be certainly going to our state legislators for funding, and we're going to be going after our federal appropriations. But those are requests, not guarantees.
Thank you.
Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I noted when you gave the 2 locations for shelters, Barry, is that to say that all the people that were in Ross Norton have been relocated to one of the 2 shelters?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And of that, do you know how many of those individuals between those 2 shelters are seniors?
I don't.
Okay.
Karen, do you?
Janet, you and Commissioner Peters, Chair Peters, were at the Supervisor of Elections Office, I believe, but the questions that you're asking now, I did pose those to the consultants from Hagerty, because we're getting the calls, but we don't have the answers for individuals, and that's not calming. I understand that when they reach out to us. But in addition to all of the concerns that you have, there are also floodplain maps that are totally different from what we look at or what the homeowners would be looking at. There are homes in Mexico Beach that still have not been rebuilt, and we know how long ago that was. So it is disheartening and it's sad, and there's no answer, but it's disheartening and sad. Barry, how many of the 80 inspectors, how many do we have? I know you allowed some to go support cities, but how many are in operation in unincorporated parts of the county for us?
Tom?
Tom Almonte, Assistant County Administrator. We have 37 teams total from the state, about 75 individual that were provided by the state. We have now assigned them to the other communities. We are using some of our inspectors.
I'm saying of the 80, how many did we keep for unincorporated parts of the county? I know we shared them with other people. I'm not thinking about that. How many do we have? 12, 15, 20?
Initially, we have all of the 80 assigned to the unincorporated county just to get through. And now we have 5 teams from the state assigned to the unincorporated county, and we have another 10 teams that make up county staff that are assigned to it.
How many people to a team?
Two individuals in a team.
About how many inspections are they completing approximately a day? I know the number may vary.
Yep, we average, the state team average between 650 and 800 inspections a day. And the team from the county, we average between 250 and 300 inspections. It depends the area where you are.
Right.
But over 1,000 inspections a day.
Okay, and this is just for unincorporated, not the whole county, just.
For the entire county. Yep.
And Barry, once the home is inspected and it's partial or full, let's go with partial, Because full basically means you're gonna tear it down and just completely build from the ground up, or move. Someone take note of that, just go find another house. That doesn't sound nice, but it's quicker. So and I'm trying to remember the chart that the consultants gave us last week. So once they have the assessment done and the determination is made about if it's partially, a partial rebuild, full rebuild, then it goes to their insurance company. Are they required to request financial support from FEMA for construction? Or they can just, if their homeowner's insurance is going to cover it?
Well, the issue of insurance is completely separate from the substantial damage determination. So the substantial damage determination is, you're going to get an inspection.
Don't leave yet, Tom.
Yeah, you're going to get an inspection, okay? The inspection then is going to go to your floodplain administrator, either at the city or at the county, to then look at that and apply against the FEMA rules. That's when they'll get a letter, a determination on where they fit, based upon the evidence and documentation presented. So the inspector is not making that determination, the floodplain
Right.
administrator is.
Right.
Okay? And so then that now tells you, can you go to insurance and get money to rebuild, or whether you have to go up, and then that'll be up to you. The insurance will just be a supplemental part to that.
Okay, but so they're not required to request any support financial from any of the FEMA grants or whatever that may be out there,
No.
if they are able to make things work just based on their own insurance?
It's up to them. They just have to
Right.
comply with the FEMA rules based upon whether or not they're substantially damaged or not.
Okay, and so, if a copy was provided to us, I do apologize, I've not seen it. Do the commissioners, do we have a copy of what our previous ordinance was prior to the storm, which is the ordinance that we have to follow?
We do.
Okay, no, I'm saying,
Oh,
when I say
I don't
commission.
know that we've provided a copy of
Yeah,
it, but we
can I
certainly
get a
can
copy
send
of
that
that?
to you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then for and you all may not know the answer to this one, Tom or Barry, but of course, some of the individuals who have been afforded housing support through FEMA, so they qualify for a place to stay for the next up to 90 days, and some are not able to find something within our area. So they're going over to Riverview, they're going over to Sarasota. I got a couple calls about Bradenton or whatever. That should have no, I'm asking a question, that should have no bearing on, and possibly for longer term,
Correct.
based on construction. That should have no bearing on their homestead when they're paying taxes. I should have asked Mike Twitter this question, I guess, when he was here for the workshop. Because one of the rules for homestead is you have to have resided in that dwelling for that year prior. So some people will not be in their dwelling for maybe 4 months or so. So the relocation as a result of this has no bearing on that requirement.
I would have to defer to Mike on
Okay.
that.
That's why after I started asking the question, I'm like, I should have probably asked Mike this.
Yeah.
Okay, because we were talking about portability and things of
Sure.
that nature, and the rebate that persons get for their 2025, to make that clear, it's not on your 2024, it's towards your 2025. Okay. Thank you, sir, for that. And the reason I'm asking is because, individuals are waiting for someone to come out and make that initial inspection so that they can go on and do whatever the next steps are.
Correct.
And know. And so when I'm being asked a question, I couldn't say we have X number of inspectors on the ground in unincorporated parts of the community versus, cities or whatever. And one thing I've tried to share with people is it's difficult to compare one city to another city to the county because some cities are smaller, so the area that they're covering is not as large. Some areas had some damage, and it was extensive damage in those areas, whereas other places, small, but had massive damage and massive flooding. And so I understand the frustrations, but this is helpful just to have those answers, to be able to share if persons have those requests. So here's my last thing. As far as permitting, when we get to that point, we'll probably have a lot of requests for permits for roofs, et cetera, coming through. You think we are adequately equipped as far as staff to make sure, especially with our new process, that should be helpful?
So we're
With-
staffing up. We're using contract staff. So if you recall, I don't know, 2 years ago, we added on contract staff to be
Right.
able to handle peaks and valleys, and so those additional resources will be at our disposal to assist us in that, especially in plan review and things like that.
Okay. Thank you very much. And the last thing I'll say is I was up in Pasco County, and on the way up, I passed Keystone. On the right-hand side, I saw the area that some of the residents were sharing concerns about, that place was being used for a place that we were taking debris and stuff too. So I meant to call you to tell you I was up in your neck of the woods and had a chance to visualize the concerns up there as well. Oh, I slowed down. I spoke to people and stuff, but thank you, Barry and Tom and Mr. Joe. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce, I don't want to mispronounce your last
Boris.
name. Boris, thank you for your report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Lapella, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few questions. A couple meetings ago, Commissioner Peters talked about a conversation she had with President Biden right before Hurricane Milton hit, in which he talked about wanting the administration to be helpful, and as a result, she sent a letter on behalf of the commission to FEMA with several requests. Have we heard back from FEMA on that?
Yes, we actually have a FEMA rep in our Emergency Operations Center. And so, for instance, yesterday, when I was over at the Emergency Operations Center, the State EM Director, Kevin Guthrie, was meeting with our regional FEMA folks regarding all these various programs. Some have been turned on, some we're still waiting on, some partially, so it just depends on the program.
We were given, and I think like the state was given a 90-day window on debris removal. That was done by the state of Florida, right?
Yes.
Are we optimistic that a large portion of the debris will be picked up in that time? And a subsequent question is, how many contractors does Pinellas County, and unincorporated, how many contractors do we have?
So 90 days to say substantial. I like that word better than complete. We will make significant progress, but I can't tell you, nor can our contractor tell you, because it's based upon the volume on a particular street. One street may take, a half a day. One street may take a day and a half. And it's based upon the volume of material and them picking it up. We have both our county crews and our state contractor, which is DRC. I don't know the number of DRCs, but that is our state contractor. 90, we have 90 staff, or 90 crews. Okay, so we have 90 DRC crews, which each crew is 5-person, is 4 or 5, something like that. So we have a lot of resources that are out there picking them up, and so they're working nonstop. So will we meet the 90-day? The 90-day was a goal, and it provided for 100% reimbursement. Our goal is to pick it up for the residents, regardless of the reimbursement. Obviously, we want to save money and have the state pick that up, but our goal is really to meet the residents' needs, and so we're working and doing everything we can to do that. But we're all, if we go out and pick another contractor up, I will tell you, it would be pulling it from somebody else. There's only so many resources out there, and So that's,
And we've already had the problem in other municipalities where they've left to go to the highest bidder somewhere else.
they literally left the cities in a lurch. And so our goal was to get our stuff picked up and give those resources to cities to help them too. But now every city has their own plan, and every city has a contractor that is picking up debris.
This came up in the last meeting about the 50% FEMA rule. And our ordinance is 49%. And municipalities, as well as the county, can overrule that. Lee County overruled that. Do we anticipate when that will come up for a vote?
Well,
And what are the consequences for those residents watching if we do overrule that? Like, for instance, would we get kicked out of the National Flood Insurance Program?
The short answer is yes. If you change your rules after the fact, like Lee County did, you subject yourself to potentially up to elimination yourself out of the program, which means, people have to have a flood insurance for a mortgage, so you would throw your housing in disarray. And I think that's really what the contractor was, talking about. And that's what happened with Lee County. Lee County had to reverse that. What they said is, come in, and when you pull a permit, then we're going to do the substantial damage determination. The problem with that is you had people that did work, and then we determined they're substantially damaged, and we said, okay, all that money you spent renovating your house doesn't matter. Gut it and elevate your house. And so it was even worse for people in the long run. And that's where we're trying to do this much more proactively and get these substantial damage determination, know which bucket you're in. And then here are the rules, and more importantly, here are the programs that are in place to be able to assist you if you do fall in a substantial damage category. That's the difficulty. And we've heard from what Coral Springs is dealing with 2 years after the fact, what Lee County's dealing with after the fact. They've set up a housing office to work themselves through all these various things. And the rules are in place, and FEMA has those, and even the state is saying, get out ahead of this and try to comply and comply with your ordinance that's in place at that time.
Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah.
Charlie?
There's first of all, I wanted to thank Paul Vargas for coming today and expressing his frustrations and concerns. We all share them. I can tell you, the more that we know for clarity, the better. And I think as we start to unfold all of this, there has to be a place for people to get that clarity. We have communities right now that are in limbo. We're trying to put approaches together for a mobile home community, haven't gotten there yet, and they're all wondering what's going to happen next for them. The permitting process, I think we have to be a little bit careful as we do these determinations, and the trade-off of doing them quickly versus doing them right is going to be really important. That real trade-off is going to be really important, because what we're going to end up doing is we're going to end up telling a community basically, we think because of the height of the water in your area that you're all substantially damaged. And then that puts the onus back on the residents to get contractors involved, get bids involved, at the same time having conversation with our property appraiser, who is helping determine the value, the remaining value of the property, against which the estimate of the improvements is going to be measured, so that it's not above that 50% level. This is huge. And so I think it's going to take time. To Mr. Vargas's comment about whether we have learned from others, I think we have. When we do our after-action report over the next year about what we did well and what we didn't do well, we'll find out that, because it will be an independent assessment of how we did. We all need to know, we all need to look in the mirror to make sure that we've done things right so that the next time we're better situated. But this substantial damage process is probably the long-term issue that we're dealing with. It's gonna blow the debris removal process away. Because the debris removal process, for the most part, will be done in about 3 months. Oh, by the way, we have 90 crews working unincorporated, is that what I heard? Well, I need some more crews along the upper area in North County, because I go out there a lot, and I do a lot of investigation to find out what's going on the ground, and I might see two crews in unincorporated North County. And again, all I'm saying is that by population, it represents a lot of people in this county. We need to make sure that they're out there doing their job. And I want to make sure that they're accountable to the work that they're doing, to our folks. And I know we have people on the ground. I've talked with Kelly out of Public Works. We have people on the ground that are making sure that we have people out there. I just, 3 months is a long time for people to deal with. But having said that, there's a lot of people in the county that are out there working on debris removal. We have, or vegetative debris removal. We have a lot of people that are trying to do the other stuff. But I'm going to say it again. I've said it before. Thank goodness for these private haulers who, in some cases, have been penalized a little bit, because they are doing yeoman's work at getting a lot of stuff out of there. And they're getting pushed around as to where they can go and why they can go there and where they can dump their stuff. But if it wasn't for them, there would be a whole lot more out there. So I just wanted to give a tip of the hat to them for that as well. Private haulers. You talked about somebody picking up the debris, the marine debris pickup. I heard that. Does that include Lake Tarpon?
Yep, all wet debris.
So all the stuff that's in the water up there is being handled by a state contractor?
Yep, as soon as they've done with their assessment, the state contractor will come in and start picking up in a method.
Who's doing that?
And that is that in Lake Tarpon though too?
Yeah, it should be in all waterways as identified.
Who's doing the assessment? Are you talking about the assessment for Lake Tarpon?
The assessment of debris in the waterways. So crews are going out there and taking a look and cataloging that on an online map. We also have an online map as well too, if residents want to report wet debris.
Kelly, did you have something to add to that? I just want to make sure we accurately answer your question.
We just had a meeting today. So yes, the state has a contractor and they are going to be picking everything up. There is a state website where you fill out the form, you'd be able to put the location of the debris, and then it will be scheduled for pickup. They are starting the assessment process next week. So they're going to be going out there and looking at where the heavy areas are, but there is actually a form where people can submit that information, help the contractors target those areas. We're also coordinating on areas where they can launch these barges and vessels to remove that debris, and then for debris management sites for this debris as well.
So Lake Tarpon is being looked
Lake
at
Tarpon and Lake Seminole are both on the list,
to be,
part of the debris cleanup effort.
and that application form by individuals, it may be double dipping or doing both, the work twice, but is on our disaster.pinellas.gov site?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So they can go there and say, hey, I've got all this debris out front.
No, it'll be a link to the state.
There's a link to the state portal, right there where and there's a form, you just fill it out, you put your contact information.
So
you
that'll be
put
on the
location of
record that
debris.
you've got debris in this area, even though that contractor that's doing the reconnaissance, so to speak, should be picking up on that as well. We may.
I encourage people to submit,
Okay.
as somebody who had to do red tide debris cleanup, having those reports, making it more targeted was way more effective than people just going out looking for it.
Okay. And that sand removal from the beaches, 99% complete, does that include the drainage out, the drain drainage areas that we've gotten sand into? Has that been cleaned out as well?
The Department of Transportation is continuing to vector out the drainage system, and they have a clean-out area that is separate from the sand operations, so it's being handled separately.
Okay, and Kelly, you might want to stay there because I'm going to bring up Wedgwood right now. So, I wanted to thank. I had some names here, but some folks who came at the last meeting and spoke rather passionately and emotionally about Wedgwood and what's going on there. And I can only say that from one commissioner's perspective that, and I know that Public Works has worked with private groups there and all of that, but I'll be pushing really hard for a new management plan. I know that Kelly's looking at that as well because it can't go forward like this. I mean, we can point fingers all day long and it's just not going to work. So these folks were quote unquote high and dry, so to speak, and it was dependent on private folks doing their things, and it was dependent on the county and making sure that the private folks' efforts were in place so that it didn't affect things. So, but I just wanted to publicly thank Representative Anderson. I wanted to publicly thank Chief Sanders. I wanted to publicly thank Kelly and her Public Works group. Adele, the Vice President of the HOA at Wedgwood. Nelson Construction, which I'll be coming back and talking about that later because this was a private group that went out on their own and put some pumps in place and helped with an area of water removal. Our folks did another area of water removal, and they did it without any assurance that they were going to get paid from anybody. And it was because of Public Works and it was because of these folks, albeit I think all 5 days after the fact, got that down in about 5 to 10 days. And so I wanted to thank them. I want to thank Lauren Balzar, who came here, Joseph, her husband, who came here, Robert Waterford, and Nicholas Malome, who also lost their first floor of their townhomes in an area where who needs flood insurance? And so there's a lot that we have to do there. But the fire department did a great job. There was an area, a flooded area, intersection that they could not get to a nursing home because it was flooded. That's the area that Kelly's group worked hard to get removed and monitored to make sure we weren't flooding other areas. That was great work. It took about 5 to 10 days to get that opened up so that they could get to it. They had a boat ready to go over to there and get them on the boat and get them out if they needed to. Thank God, I don't think there was an emergency call during that time frame. So there is public safety, obviously public property in play. Wedgwood was damaged. They shouldn't have been damaged. There are pumps in place that were not fixed. We need to make sure that they're working so that we can, having said all of that, this was a huge storm. And even if all that had been in place, I'm not sure that it would have made all the difference in the world, but it certainly would have kicked in right after the storm was over. So I do hope that we have a new management plan going forward. That's one of those after the fact things that we can work on so that this time next summer, when the storms come again and because this area is flooded just a month and a half ago with Debbie, that it didn't flood to that extent, but it flooded that intersection. So there's a plan in place that needs to be done. And I'm not even sure that this was the appropriate time to bring these things up, but we're talking about debris removal. I mentioned that in my inspection around. I went out on Sunday, found one huge double truck in one of the communities and doing really good work. But as I passed through twice from there all the way down, I didn't see another truck. Now sometimes, as I've been told, I just miss them, and they're on their way to the dump or back. But it's not enough. And really, there are just some key areas that could be handled. Staff, Jill responded, and we really started working on the entryway to Crystal Beach, and half of it was cleaned out, and the other side of the road. This is the main drag that everybody passes. Indian Bluffs, there's one corner of about 5 houses that's just piled high of stuff. and there's a lot of area that's been cleaned out by private haulers. We just need to make sure that we're on top of those folks and getting the resources out to the areas that need it. There's more here, but I don't want to take any more time right now. But I just, first of all, wanted to commend staff for the work that they're doing. I wanted to thank the folks that are coming here, the folks that came last week about Wedgwood, the folks that came here today about the frustration, because we hear you. We're feeling the pain. We're trying to raise our performance, as Barry continues to say, to meet the needs of our residents. Some of the stuff has been based on learned experience from other communities. But we'll do an action after action, and we'll find out how well we've done, truly. But it's not for lack of effort. It's not for lack of trying, and it's not for lack of pride from our employees for doing things for our residents. So I wanted to make sure I left with that comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I was just trying to wrap my head around was, we have the individual residents in their homes that have been displaced, but then we've heard several stories of, obviously we had the standard in Clearwater with the rescue there. We had a tower in Pasadena where water came up and it only got to the first floor, but it ruined the electricity enough to where it's all similar in Gulfport. And I was just trying to figure if we have a good handle on the number of folks that are out there still with a need for home for temporary housing, and if that's us or FEMA or who's kind of the housings are.
So we have a housing committee, and they're trying to analyze that from the data that we have and do an assessment to see how that is. I don't want to give you, they proposed some 10,000 households, structures that were probably damaged and maybe folks are living in or not. Because just because you're substantially damaged doesn't mean that you can't be in your home. It's just what you have to do to bring it up to code and permitting. So it's really tough to tell. We thought that was a bit of a high amount that I already had, but it could be up to 14,000 folks that are affected.
And I had one constituent who's manages a resort property, and he initially was rejected from FEMA because he didn't check the one box as a hotel a lot anyway. And I want to thank our staff that have been working to try and navigate the bureaucracy there. He's got 25 families ready to move in as soon as he can get the green light from FEMA.
It was amazing. Kevin Guthrie said yesterday, it's not what you say, it's how you say it, and how you classify it, and that makes all the difference under these federal rules. If you're impacted by Debbie, Helene, or Milton, and you have to say this in there, this in there, this in there, not because of the hurricanes. If you put down hurricanes or whatever, you've got to classify each one separately, and it is very confusing. So that's the reason we've kept like our information line, our CIC going, just to help people with that. But to come back and appeal that and call back to FEMA and try to provide more specific information, that's unfortunately part of that process that's confusing and hard.
Commissioner Eggers, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just one
Were you
quick
done,
follow-up. Oh, I'm sorry. One quick follow-up. I think Commissioner Latvala was talking a little bit about this, the whole FEMA rules and following them or not following them and what the repercussions are. And if we don't do this, do we find ourselves in situations like they did down in Fort Myers? I think whatever we have, that also needs to be clearly stated, not in a bunch of reading material, but very clearly why the county is following FEMA guidelines and what the repercussions are if we don't. Because I think it's important that residents understand, well, why bother with FEMA? Well, let's just get rid of it. Well, if people's mortgages are tied to flood insurance, or flood insurance, and they can't get flood insurance because of this, and it's just a question. I don't know. Or are flood insurance rates going to skyrocket from $1,000 a year to $1,250 a year, or $1,000 a year to $10,000 a year? I think these are repercussions we just need to make sure we understand, but also that our residents get why we're doing this. There's no enjoyment from going to a community and saying, we've got problems because we're not going to be able to allow you to rebuild. There's nothing fun with that. This is all horrific. And our employees, every single one of them here and the people that work for them feel that. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that we can do what we can. To your point about, you can maybe stay in your place, if you get it back up to a certain standard. Now, you may have a rebuilding problem there, but you may be able to get an occupancy.
May be able to get a temporary.
You may be able to get a temporary. So I think these are things that as we know,
Yes.
factually, we got to start populating a site that's not cluttered with a bunch of other, because it's just so overwhelming, especially for folks that are dealing with things emotionally. So the easier we can deliver that message, the better.
And we had a housing, just a housing task force meeting this morning, just internally with staff. Barbara's working on that to be able to help people navigate the process. There's also information that we can push out as a county versus what needs to be pushed out as a city, and she's working with all the PIOs in the various cities regarding getting that uniform messaging out to where, again, a flow chart for people to make it nice and simple to where we can get that in people's hands. You're exactly right. I mean, even on the substantial determination, we spend a lot of time on that. We want to make sure that even after we have that and we're following the rules and we're trying to make that as easy as possible, and there's nothing going to be easy about it just because it's a complex set of rules, making sure that there's an appeal process, that you can go to a hearing officer, okay? And that hearing officer's trained in this, understands the FEMA rules and understands how it has to be applied, but you get a second, an independent shake at whether we got that right or not, and making sure that process is open and transparent to where people can do that. But you're exactly point. Just because now it's going to take 2 years, well, rather than rent, can you, put up drywall, have a simple kitchen, make it safe while you're going through that grant process to where you even know what other types of resources are available, or there's alternatives for things like that. So all those things we're trying to consolidate down to where people can make some choices and decisions. And you're exactly right. To the criticism that's been raised about whether or not we had all this, well, I think it's valid. I mean, there's certainly we could have done more things. A lot of it is figuring out how the lessons learned on how they did. I was down in Lee County, so was Kathy. We talked to them. We understood some of these issues. Applying it's a whole different set of games rather than have an ordinance that outlines the FEMA rules and how to apply it. So, I think there's plenty of time to do an after-action review, and there's no doubt I'll be the first one, to throw out both internal ideas for improvement, and a lot more at the state and federal government. I mean, the fact that we have to apply commercial for any multifamily different from residential is absurd. Just absolutely absurd, but those are the rules we have to play by, and that has made the process so much more complicated. So I own any of that type and feedback.
But I think it's important that appeal process that you're talking about. We're not talking about like when you go through a court of appeals, it takes months and years.
Yeah, no.
We're talking
Hearing
about a
officer.
process, just having somebody come out and take a look at your specific situation and say, I see what was applied, but I understand what you brought us, so we think you're under that 49, 50%.
There's an evidence process,
So there's
and
an
so they
evidence
can submit
process that folks can go through. And so that's that balance up front, doing it, making sure that we're careful how we substantially damage assess people, but at the same time, responding to folks. I know one of our folks that was talking to one of the residents at Crystal Bay and in transit going back north, and said, I have a home that's got $80,000 value. I know my improvements are $20,000, probably roughly $25,000, and I've been told that I am substantially damaged. And that falls below that 50% number by far. So I think that kind of thing needs to be.
And I do want to put out for clarification, since we're going into some of this detail. I mean, the rules on FEMA are, you can't just go out and get a contractor who says, no, it's only this. Okay, even if you do the work yourself and you pull a permit, it's got to be commercially available rates. And they have rules on how you apply those to get to your total determination on that. And so we've got models that we're working on to where we can plug that in and how you get to those determining factor. I heard that from someone where they said, well, down at the city, they said the county's using $166 a square foot when, you know, we think it's 78. You know, one city, it's not. It's based on FEMA rules and commercially available rates. And so if you got 2 inches of water damage, that's substantially, or I shouldn't use that word because we're talking about, but that's very different from if it gets into electrical and so many other things kick in. And those all have to be outlined within that process.
And the difficulty right now is those depreciated values of those mobile homes, for an example, are low. And when you talk about available commercial rates right now, they're exploding. So when you compare these exploding rates to a depreciated number, it makes it almost impossible. And that's the difficulty and the frustration that folks are feeling. It's just not right.
I understand.
It's just not right. And that's the problem in some cases. And I think that's the battle we have. It's not with us necessarily.
Oh, I know.
It's with FEMA, but thank you.
Hi, do we have any other questions? Commissioner Scott,
right,
jump right in.
So a few questions here. So first of all, I want to thank Commissioner Eggers for bringing up Wedgewood, and also publicly acknowledge Nelson Construction for going out there with their pumps and doing that. So I'm really glad that you brought that up. Can residents still access the landfill?
And what?
Can residents still access the landfill if they want to drop off their own debris?
The debris comes to a drop site. It does not go to the landfill. Never has, and shouldn't. So it's got to go to one, if you're in a city, to their debris drop site. If you're in the in the unincorporated area, then it goes to our drop site on Almerton at ICOT.
Was there a drop site in North County that was closed off?
It was, so we could get the large trucks, so they could turn around and get the large volumes done quicker.
Okay, so now we only have one drop site, the Almerton Road one? Is that it?
Actually, we have more than that. We have, is that the only one that's residentially available? Yeah, so it's at ICOT on Almerton.
So on the appeals process, I don't know how this had gotten out there, but I had gotten last week a lot of chatter, feedback from people saying that the county was not going to accept third-party appraisals and we weren't going to have an appeal process. So I'm glad we talked about that because there will be an appeals process.
There will be. All the rumors are just that, the rumors. We haven't set those rules. There were guidelines within the ordinance, but it had the appeal process was to court. Okay. But they're provided in our ordinance is that you can appoint a hearing officer, and so we want to utilize the most, resident-friendly process. That's certainly a much more resident-friendly process, so we're trying to set that up now.
Okay, great. On permitting fees, are we waiving any fees? Are we reducing any fees? Or
We are.
Is it going to be the same? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Tom? You were thinking about what's for lunch and didn't hear the question? I know.
What was the
Waiving of
question?
permitting fees, what are we waiving?
So all of the building permit fees
Associated with storm damage?
with the storm damage.
Okay.
So
All of them.
repair and reconstruction related to the storm damage.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
And obviously, they vary based on the size of the project. Okay. So.
Okay, thank you. So does a letter, so when an SDA happens, whether you're above or below that 49%, does that get communicated formally via a
Yes.
letter to the homeowner?
Yes.
So everybody's going to get a letter that it gets
Yes.
an SDA? Okay, all right. And then my last questions is, so my understanding, the state is handling marine debris, derelict vessels are being handled by FWC. Is there a link for FWC to report derelict vessels?
Kelly's shaking her head, yes.
Okay. All right.
So where would that be at, Kelly? Same site,
site?
at
Okay.
the state site?
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hey,
That
Commissioner
concludes my
Flowers.
report.
Commissioner, you're not done yet, Barry. Commissioner Flowers?
Just real quick, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse was in town, and I had a chance to sit and chat with him. And I'm just sharing this just as information. Persons may not agree. But FEMA doesn't even receive enough dollars to operate on compared to other agencies. And when you have multiple events like the fires out in California, the landslides, the mud landslides all down Tennessee and Kentucky. You had Helene prior that was only supposed to do a little bit of damage, but went up 4 states. And then you had Milton come and just kind of decimate behind that. Their resources are stretched really, really thin. And their funding is nowhere near what is needed, really, to help everyone. So there are more loan programs that are available than there are grant programs. But then the question becomes, if your place of employment no longer exists, what revenue do you have by which to even say you can pay those loans back? I'm not saying, blaming anyone, I'm just
Well,
sharing this.
And, each one, so there's certain things that can be done under current rules. So one thing FEMA did confirm is that nothing is being withheld because of a lack of funding, okay, currently, under the current request. Now, with each hurricane, there have been additional appropriations that have been where loans have been forgiven or other acts occurred, but that was by congressional action. And so there's certainly follow-up pieces to this that they'll have to be requested and see what is actually approved.
And the final part to that comment is, some individuals share things with us as if we can just call FEMA and FEMA will do what we ask. And that is not the case. Even for the employees that are here taking the applications and whatnot from residents, even if they wanted to change some things, there is a process that unfortunately is a long, lengthy process. But currently, the way that FEMA is set up on a federal level, Congress is not at liberty to pass any legislation immediately that would allow it to change its rules.
Correct.
So that it would be in time
It would
to-
require congressional
Right.
action to change
Yeah.
those rules.
So I just wanted to say that because I know there have been some questions or comments about, well, can't FEMA do this, can't FEMA do that? They probably could, but it's going to take, unfortunately, some time to get that through if it was even entertained as a conversation on the floor for a vote, and there's no guarantee. And in the interim, we're gonna have other storms, other things that occur where FEMA's gonna be called in. So I forgot to mention that during my comments, but I did have a chance to have a long conversation. He was down, looked like everybody else, looking at and seeing what was what, and answered some things quite poignantly. So just wanted to share that publicly.
Okay, and Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in listening to this part of the conversation, and though I won't be here to say this then, I would like to ask you all to consider making this issue that we're talking about with FEMA maybe part of your legislative agenda going forward, because from all of the past experiences that I've had, FEMA doesn't report to anybody. They're kind of just out there on their own, and it's a huge problem because I don't think they always understand exactly what it's like to live in reality on the ground. But they're just like the Army Corps. They're separate entities. They don't report to anybody. Even Congress doesn't tell them what to do. That's wrong. They're getting public money from somebody. So, David, this is historical. Thank you. David and I agree. Isn't that fabulous?
Took to the last meeting, but it
What?
happened.
Are you kidding? I would be in jail. Is that what you're trying to accomplish here? Don't get me going.
Is that all?
Thank you, Madam
That's it.
Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional comments or questions? Okay, thank you. What I would like to do is ask all the commissioners and Commissioner Long to join me at the podium. Come over here, let's all get together. So I've invited all of you up here at this time because we want to showcase Commissioner Long for her long dedicated service to Pinellas County. And I personally want to thank her for her dedicated service to the city of Seminole, to the state of Florida, and all the residents that live in Pinellas County when she served in the state legislature. And so we are going to play a video, and then Commissioner Justice is going to read a proclamation. And then we'll take pictures with Janet, and her family can take pictures with Janet. And this is really a celebration. And so if you'd start the video, we can start the celebration. Thank you.
For the last 5 years, we've been really working diligently to develop partnerships with those organizations that can help to support the services we provide our citizens. As you can see, we're roaming around all over Pinellas County today, showing you our efforts to build better, more effective, reliable transportation for our citizens. For me, this is the culmination of a lifetime of public service in this county. I want to thank my husband, Rick, who has lived with me through thick and thin as well. Everyone has a part to play in ensuring that our planet survives. We all have to do our part to ensure that we're not making things worse. On behalf of the Pinellas County Commission, we are very excited that startups will get to call our new incubator home.
What happened, Commissioner?
I don't know, I just painting. It goes without saying how proud we are to be a part of creating a new venue for Pinellas County families to enjoy for generations to come. Go Rays! And I'm so proud to say that in all of the votes we have taken to enhance and beautify and ensure public health and safety in this neighborhood, every single one of the 7 of us have voted to make it happen.
Janet's impact extends beyond her public service. Her personal commitment to her family and her dedication to her community are evident in every aspect of her life. As she nears the end of her term, her legacy will continue to inspire those who follow in her footsteps. Her service is a beacon of hope and an example of the positive change that dedicated individuals can bring to their communities.
These past 52 years for me have done nothing more than a labor of love. And I love you all, and thank you for all of the support and confidence you have given to me for so long.
Jenna, it's been a privilege serving with you, and now if you cry, everybody's going to cry.
Not crying.
So Commissioner Justice would like to have the honor of reading the proclamation for you.
In recognition of Commissioner Janet C. Long, whereas Commissioner Long has resided in Pinellas County, Florida since 1972, whereas Commissioner Long started her career as an elected official as a member of the Seminole City Council in 2002, serving until 2006. And whereas she served our community as a member of the Florida House of Representatives from 2006 to 2010. And whereas Commissioner Long was elected to the Pinellas County Commission in 2012 and was reelected in 2016 and 2020. And whereas her vision and dedication have led to significant improvements in transportation, community resilience, public safety, leaving a lasting legacy that will benefit generations to come. Whereas Commissioner Long has consistently demonstrated a deep commitment to ethical governance, transparency, and collaboration, building strong partnerships within the community and across local, state, and national levels. And whereas, in addition to her role as County Commissioner, she has served as a mentor to many and generously offered time, expertise, and wisdom to a wide array of causes and initiatives throughout Pinellas County. And whereas Commissioner Long is retiring from her role as County Commissioner, leaving behind an exemplary record of achievement and service, it is fitting that she be recognized for this exceptional contribution to our community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners offers its sincere gratitude to Commissioner Janet C. Long for her dedicated service to the Pinellas County Commission and our community. Be it further proclaimed that Commissioner Long's impact on Pinellas County will be remembered with great respect, admiration, and appreciation for many years to come. Congratulations.
Commissioner Justice, while you're up here, and I know each one of you have comments to say, so I would like to, since you're up here first, we'll just start with you and then Renee, and we'll go on, and then we'll have Janet speak, if that's okay.
Well, I think that most of what I said the other night at the dinner, but I think the greatest compliment you can give is say to someone that they left the organization that they came to, they left it better than when how they found it. And that has been the case with Commissioner Long. And an example of her service on the commission to this organization, Pinellas County, our employees, we are better off for your service. Our entire community is better off for your service, and our state is better off for your service. And we simply say thank you, we love you, and wish you nothing but good days ahead.
So, Miss Janet, I met Janet with Dottie Reeder through the Florida League of Cities when Dottie was the mayor and Janet was a council member. And even then, she was pressing on people about the environment. But I had a chance to serve with her there, and then taking on information from her when she worked with the insurance commissioner. And so she certainly had a handle on that, which assisted me, she probably doesn't know it, when the Florida League of Cities began expanding its insurance program. Going up and harassing her and others when she was in the legislature, as if she needed more harassing, and then having the wonderful opportunity of serving with her here on the county commission, trying to step into her shoes and continue on with the resiliency and sustainability efforts with the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. You have laid tremendous groundwork for a lot of very innovative projects that not only Pinellas County government is working towards, but other counties surrounding us. I don't think we will really miss Janet because she's going to be sitting over there yelling at us out of order, or she's going to be texting us or calling us and saying her famous words, well, you know, it just flew into my imagination that if we ask this question, so I'm going to kind of miss hearing that, but I'll call you so you can say that every now and then. But I'm going to miss you, but I know that you'll probably take a few days, but you're going to be right back involved in something because you just have that heart to want to continuously serve. So I thank you for being a mentor. I thank you for helping me when I first came on. Showing me how to maneuver and introducing me to people in the county and making me feel extremely comfortable. And I wish you nothing but the best with your grands and your great-grands. I wish you nothing but the best, and you get to enjoy a little bit more time with the hubby.
Yeah, I've totally enjoyed working with Janet over the years. I remember when I first started, watching her and John Maroney. I'm glad to see some pictures of John Maroney up there and how close they were. It was really, it was kind of inspiring to see how people work together on a county commission. I remember one time coming after a meeting and I said to John, I said, I don't understand Janet's whatever it was, because we occasionally disagreed, not often. And he said, well, if you're going to choose between you and Janet, you lose. So I quickly learned how much love that he had for you, but also how much the commission worked together. You know, Janet has just brought a lot to the commission, and I've always listened to what she had to say on the resilience issues. She was clearly a leader in that. On the MPO and on the TMA, which is a regional look at coordinating MPOs, she has been marvelous to work alongside of in our voices. The one voice that you hear from her occasionally is, government, we're working too slowly. We need to move this along faster. And that was always taken with the kick in the tail that we all needed, that, you know, we got to keep moving these visions for our residents forward in a faster way. But I was thinking about something the other day about, there's a verse in the Bible that says, I'm just going to, so I don't mess it up, it says, "Well done, good and faithful servant." And in that, there was a definition of faithful, and I think that's important because it really defines, I think, a lot of who Janet is. Bold, humble, persistent, caring, committed, credit to God, and loving others. And I think, to me, it really epitomizes what Janet has brought to the commission here. We've always worked together. We've had our disagreements along the way, but we've always worked together for the betterment of the residents. The second part of that verse, though, says, "Though you've done great work here," and I look at your family, you've got greater work still to do with them and with the community, however you choose. We love you, Janet, and we are going to miss you. God bless you.
So I've been trying to think about how long I have known Commissioner Long, and I am not sure. I think it has been 35 or 40 years. I think I was around 12 years old. You were 3. Oh, well, there you go. So that would be 1984. And so that is why I could not remember. But out of all of the colleagues that I have served with, you were the one that I was looking most forward to serving with because of the length of time that I've known you. The majority of that time we have been friends. You are a dear friend. But I do have a confession to make since this is your last meeting. And now there's nothing that you can really do about it since it is your last meeting. But last year, when you were the chair, you used to always get on to Commissioner Eggers during the meetings. And my confession is that the majority of those times it was my fault because I usually whispered something to him that would cause him to get in trouble. So for that, I apologize.
And no, he doesn't apologize. I know Chris too well. So, Janet, I just want to thank you for your inspiration through the years. And, you know, I started volunteering on boards back in about 2010, and through that, I got to know and interact with all of the county commissioners, past and present. And you learn from all of them, and you get inspiration in different ways from all of them. But I've served with you in so many different capacities and so many different boards, and you have such an incredible wealth of knowledge and so much experience that you have taught me a ton, and you've inspired me in ways that you don't even know. And I just want to thank you for that so much. I have very much enjoyed serving with you, and I fully expect that my phone is going to buzz with a text or a phone call or whatever, and get that kick in the pants because you know I had a thought, right? So thank you. We love you, and enjoy.
And I'm going to be left with few words, except that what I love the most about you since the day I went into your office at the House of Representatives, and it was very clear that you had incredible passion. You had incredible fire in your belly to make everything right, to make the world a better place. And that's really why most of us get into this business, is because we truly want to leave a legacy and leave the world a better place than it was than when we started. And it's always been clear that there's always been a fire in your belly, and you've always had incredible passion to do what is right for the people. And that is the most wonderful gift that could be given to the citizens of Pinellas County, is to have somebody with that passion and that fire and that love for their community. And you exemplify that. And there will be a void with you not here. There absolutely will be a void. And my prayer is that whoever replaces you comes in with that kind of passion and love for the community. And if that person does not, that all of us step up and we fill that void and we increase the passion and we stoke the fire in our bellies and we do better. in your honor. So thank you so much. I know you have comments, and then we want to take some photographs, if that's okay. It's been a privilege. It's all yours.
Thank you so much for all those lovely comments. We can chat about them later. I'm sure we will. And I don't really have a lot to say that I haven't already said over the last 12 years or so, but I have truly, this has been a labor of love. I don't know why I'm so emotional, but I am. So I hope you all forgive me and just know from the bottom of my heart to all of yours, I have done my best. And I appreciate my colleagues for going along with some of my big, bold things that I thought needed to be done, because I am proud of them. And you never know, I just have a little story. I am going to take just a moment to say to my colleagues that I'm leaving behind, you never know when you say something how it's going to impact somebody else. And as an example of what I'm trying to share, you all know how much the Resiliency Summit and the sustainability issues have meant to me in terms of protecting our little ones. And look at him. Is he beautiful? He's only 3 weeks old and he's already at a public meeting. So I have great plans for him, Miss Athena. But you know, I was very fortunate to be honored to be the guest speaker at a conference in Miami. This is years ago. And I was waxing on, you know, like I can when I get really passionate about something, you know. And after that meeting, a woman came up to me. I had no idea who she was. She took both of my hands in hers, and she said, "Commissioner Long, you have spoken to my heart." And guess who she was? She happened to be the general consular for the United Kingdom of the Netherlands. And as about 4 weeks after I got back from that conference, Doyle received a phone call. He comes running into the office. You'll never guess who's on the phone. And it was this woman. Her name was Elga something. And she was inviting Doyle and I to go to Amsterdam to the World Water Conference and talk about the sustainability and resiliency effort that we were doing here in Pinellas County. And what an experience that turned out to be, because we did go, not one penny, I want you to know, Barry, of Pinellas County funds, where is Chris? Not one penny of Pinellas County funds were used for that trip. The Dutch government paid for everything, and they took us all around the United Kingdom of the Netherlands. And we learned what they had been working on. Hey, I'm speaking. I have the floor. Can you just wait for 2 more minutes for the love of God? This is my last chance. You said I could say a few words.
You can, and I have no control over that behavior.
Well,
My name is Bennett, I'm not in it, I'm over here.
okay, so the story goes, the United Kingdom has been working on how to live, work, and play with the rising sea for centuries, So it stands to reason we could learn a lot from them, right? So through that trip, we ended up bringing representatives from the United Kingdom to the United States, and they came to the Regional Planning Council. Remember, were you with us then? Yes. So, see, I'm encouraging all of you to be bold. Keep those 3 separated, 4, 5, you know. And be visionary, because that's what it takes to keep us moving forward. For the little ones, like he's being rocked over there. Okay? All right, don't forget, because if you do, I'll be calling. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, so the commissioners are gonna come and take a photo, and then we'd invite her family to come up and take a photo. I don't know anything about that. Oh, yes. We do have a gift for you, but it's being presented, we have a gift for you, but it's being presented in a way that wasn't planned. But a couple of hurricanes kind of alter our plans. So the plan was going to be a surprise and show this to you in one of our most beautiful parks that I think you happen to love very much. And instead, we're going to have to do a photograph because that park took some damage in Hurricane Milton. So the gift on behalf of the County Commission and Barry and all of our employees is a park bench dedicated to you in Seminole Park. Seminole Lake Park. So right near where you live. You can take a walk over there right near where you live and visit. And people can rest in peace at your bench and reflect on the wonderful work that you've done in your career.
Rest in peace, I'm not dead.
No, people can rest on the bench. Boy, that didn't come out right. People, other people can come and rest. Yes, yes. Other people can come and rest on this bench in peace. Okay? All right, so we will, did you get it that she wants us to come out there? Come out front. Okay, so we'll do that and then this. Okay, that was all the wonderful, good stuff for our meetings. We're going to move into public comment.
Oh, we already did that.
Where did, I'm sorry, and I did know that. So we're going to go to the consent agenda, item number 4 through 15. We got a motion from Commissioner Justice, second from Commissioner Eggers. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And then we're going to move on to item number 16. Barry.
This is a public transportation grant agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation for the design and construction with St. Pete Clearwater International Airport.
Do you have any questions? Discussion? Got a
Second.
motion from Commissioner Scott, a second from Commissioner Long. If the clerk could pull up the voting cards and members vote. We'll move on to numbers, that passes unanimous for everyone that's in the room. So it passes unanimous. Number 17.
This is a ranking of firms and agreements with Republic Parking Systems for the concessions for the airport paid public parking management and operation program.
Okay, any questions or discussion?
Move approval.
We got a motion from Commissioner Long, a second from Commissioner Scott. Any other questions, discussion? If the clerk would bring up the voting card and members vote. That passes unanimous. We'll move on to number 18.
This is a continuation of the local arts funding agreement with Creative Pinellas for marketing promotions and the breakdowns within your packet.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Justice, a second from Commissioner Long. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote. And I'm up there, and that passes unanimous. We'll move on to number 19.
This is a grant award from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. This is for grants to expand substance use disorder treatment capacity in the adult treatment drug court.
Any questions, discussion? Got a motion from Commissioner Flowers, a second Commissioner Justice. If the clerk could bring up the voting card and members vote. Yes? I'm sorry about that. They are here and I failed to see them. So David Ballard Geddes, Jr. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. I apologize, David.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is on the drug rehabilitation issue.
Number 19? Or was, yes, number 19.
Okay, I do have a few
Go ahead.
Hit the button.
Go ahead.
Comments on this issue. Yes. When I was growing up, we had a lot of drugs. LSD was popular, Quaaludes, illegal marijuana. Today it's medical marijuana, hash, lots of cocaine, heroin, ecstasy, crystal meth, fentanyl, Oxycontin, Vicodin, Percocets, alcohol and more alcohol, and cigarettes with enough pesticides to embalm your body before you die. Like hot coals, we've had enough dope dumped on our heads to literally burn our entire society, affecting every person and every aspect of our culture throughout. This is no accident. So explain to me how effective our government is combating on the forefront this drug dilemma when we have politicians like Jane Castor, the mayor of Tampa, who was found with a cooler full of cocaine on her boat last year, and former Governor Bob Martinez, who was serving as our drug czar during the cocaine heydays in the early 1990s. How effective is our political structure in preventing problems when I see our leadership as being possibly part of the problem, treating the symptoms of addiction and not preventing the problem of the drug trade itself is not a cure to our nation's drug addictions. Rehabilitation becomes a secondary business on the back end of this issue and solves nothing of the problem on the forefront. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, David. And Commissioner Justice.
Just out of, in case anyone is actually watching this, Mayor Castor found drugs in the water. She was not found with drugs on her boat. She found drugs in the water when on a fishing trip. So just to clear that statement up.
And I do remember the news article. But David has a very good point, and we have a very big problem. And we have had some lack of leadership But I can tell you, David, I feel pretty comfortable about the actions that this county has taken, and I'd love to talk to you more about it one day if you want to. It's more reactive than proactive, and I know we can't have a conversation now, so I'm not asking you to come back to the microphone. A lot of what we're doing is more reactive than proactive, and we're really trying to shift to that. But thank you for bringing it to our attention. I think it should be brought to our attention on a regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second, I believe,
Madam Chair, we have the vote for that.
and we do have the vote, and that was unanimous, was it?
Correct.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to number 20.
And this is the same type of grant program, just with a little bit different focus in the drug
Okay,
court.
any questions? Got a motion from Commissioner Flowers.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Long. Seeing no other questions or discussion, if the clerk could bring up and members vote. That passes unanimous, and we'll move on to number 21.
Item 21, this is adoption of the Tourist Development Tax Regulation. This is the supplemental bond resolution. This is a follow-on to your previous approval of the Tampa Bay Rays baseball project. There are several different pieces to this. This was always anticipated as the follow-on to the previous approval. Just a couple of clarifications, because I knew there would be discussion on this. There's, obviously the timing is is horrible because we're dealing with a hurricane, but the principles of the deal still stand as it was. You cannot use, and I've seen a lot of comments about, well, why would you spend money on this when you could be using it to fix roads, to fix infrastructure? By state law, that you cannot use TDC, the bed tax dollars, except for, there is a legitimate question about, can you use it on beaches? Yes, you can use it on beaches, and we fully funded up the future improvements to our beaches with the current funding plan. But again, these dollars are restricted. That's the focus around the overall stadium deal. I would, however, ask Don to come up, because the other question, and I guess I'll turn it back over to you rather than me making comments. This focus is around the deal, and this is a supplemental piece to that. There are protections because of the questions about the Rays. There's protections in that they have to be committed, and there's things that they have to do before we issue bonds. And then there's things that they have to do before we would transfer money to, or before we would spend a single penny. Those are all protections that were built into this deal before, under its original form. So we're available to answer questions. I'll get into whatever type of detail you would like.
Okay, Don, did you want to go ahead and just give a presentation, and then we'll field the questions as they, after your presentation? Because that may answer some questions.
Well, I wasn't really planning on a presentation. I could go through the document on a high level if you'd like, and then you can ask.
Just hit the financing pieces and how it would undo if something changed in this deal.
Okay, well, as the supplemental bond resolution you're being brought today, as Barry indicated, adds a little more detail to the master bond resolution you previously approved with the documents before. It implements some of the funding within the development and funding agreement. You previously approved that. Now, the development and funding agreement has some timeframes and a lot of conditions precedent to most of the steps that the county is involved with, including offering for sale the bonds, and then once they're offered and sold, there's a separate set of conditions precedent that apply to the funding, moving the dollars from a county-controlled escrow fund into a construction trust fund where they can be spent out on project costs. Some of those conditions precedent before funding that construction fund's trust agreement include the Rays have to provide the Major League Baseball dollars of $100 million. They have to have spent $50 million. They have to have all of their signed loan agreements as well as any cash that they bring to make up any delta there. In the time frame between when the county sells bonds, presuming you approve this supplemental bond resolution today, in the time frame between when, I'm sorry, let me take that back. The time frame between when all of those first sets of conditions precedent are satisfied and the county actually goes out and sells the bonds, those dollars will go into an escrow agreement, and they will stay in the county's control in the escrow agreement until a second set are satisfied. If the Rays don't satisfy those second set of conditions precedent to funding the construction funds trust agreement, there are provisions in the development and funding agreement that say the Rays, and this is boiled down, obviously, they pay the cost of unwinding the bond sale. The money will sit in the escrow agreement and collect interest, and it will be used to pay off the bondholders. If there's a delta there, or if there's arbitrage there, the Rays are responsible for paying that cost. So I understand there was a question about that, so hopefully that answers that question. I'm certainly, we also have bond counsel here for Bryant Millerov. Kareem Spratling is here, so if you need more detail on any of the intricacies of things. The supplemental bond resolution has a number of exhibits to it. Those are agreements that are going to be in the course of wrapping up the bond sale and bringing the documents together bringing the money together to be actually set up for the funding. Those documents will be signed over time as a result of the authorization by this action.
Okay, Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the arguments that both Commissioner Eggers and myself made in July was that state law can be changed at any time. But I won't rehash the past. So my first question, and I have a page full of questions. My first question, Don, do you believe that the recent hurricanes hurt our bond rating and our ability to get good financing because of the TDT collections?
That's more of a financial advisor question. I don't do the finance pieces. I'll tell you the documents will do the actions that you intend if you want to move forward. As far as the money side of it, I don't do that analysis. That's our financial advisor, who I thought was going to be here today, but I don't see. Oh, he's outside. Oh, I understand.
So the next question, the trop was damaged during Hurricane Milton. And that is the city's responsibility to repair the trop through their insurance, whatever. And there's, kind of the elephant in the room of where they're going to be playing the next 3 years. And I don't believe they have stated publicly where they are playing. Have they told anybody in the county where they intend to play?
I think they're still evaluating that.
Okay. Obviously, if they do not play in Pinellas County, their motto was here to stay when we voted for this a couple months ago. If they do not play in Pinellas County, does that hurt our revenue, bed tax collections on bonds that we'll be paying for a stadium for a team that is not playing here?
So certainly once we issue bonds, and there's cost associated with that, if the Rays aren't playing here, the apportionate piece of people that come in town for the current stadium, then that would be impacted to some degree.
So in July, on the agreement that was voted and approved on, there is a provision in there for acts of God, i.e. hurricanes. And in it, it stated, I believe, that if there's an act of God, i.e. hurricane, that prevents them from playing in the new stadium, they have to look first in Pinellas County to play their games. Is that correct?
That is correct. Pinellas and then Hillsborough, so they have to stay locally, yes.
Right, but Pinellas would be first and then Hillsborough.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so, legally, they could go elsewhere, but one could make the argument that they're kind of violating the spirit of the agreement that we approved 2 months ago if they go across the bridge or go to Disney World to play for the next 3 years. Because if a hurricane hit in 3 years from now, they would have to play their games in Pinellas County.
I'll leave you to talk about that. What I can tell you is currently they're under a separate use agreement that's with the city of St. Petersburg for the current trop. And obviously those provisions govern this situation. If in the future the new stadium is built and this were to occur again, we have provisions in place, as you've indicated within the document, that they have to use commercially reasonable efforts to try and stay here.
Okay. So there's a state law that talks about not being able or not being allowed to use TDT funds on a project outside of the county. If the Rays are playing their games outside of Pinellas County as a current franchised Major League Baseball team, do you believe that we would be violating state law by building them a stadium? Or do you think that would be okay?
The stadium will be here, and they will be required to play in it once it's here. So, no, I don't believe that's a violation of our use of the TDT.
Okay. If the commission decides to delay this until the Rays decide where they're going to play, or we just reject it, and if they decide they want to play in Hillsborough County because they believe that it's more important to expand their fan base, or they decide to go to Orlando because it's more important to expand their fan base than it is to support our residents and our taxpayers who've just suffered 2 hurricanes, and this is rejected, what would be the consequence?
Well, this action taking place is one of the conditions precedent to our funding. So we would be, until you make a final decision to do something, we're not doing anything.
It's a commission decision.
But could we, because ideally, the number one, place for them to play would be the Trop if the city repairs the roof, depending on how that, is determined. Is there a timeline on when the city will know if the Trop can be repaired?
I don't know of a specific timeline. I mean, I think those are the evaluations that they're going through.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to delay this until the Rays state where they will be playing their games until 2028.
So we have a motion to delay this. Do we have a second? We have a second. So we have more discussion. Commissioner Eggers had questions. Are these questions related to the motion, or are they just general questions?
Some comments, questions.
Comments, questions. Okay.
May I go ahead? Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Latvala, for bringing up some of the issues, really in a actually better way than I was going to do it myself, so I appreciate that. Hold on. All right, so I'm just going to, just 3 or 4 comments, and then I'll be done. I expressed concerns back in June about the fairness of the deal. I wanted more money by the Rays to make this a more fair deal. And then when all this happens, the optics, as we've said, are not good. It's a one-sided deal with the Rays getting every single bit of dollars from the stadium and from the development. Make no bones about it, they're getting every revenue dollar 24/7, 365. Second, I know we expressed some concerns about the storms, the funding depth of the repair ability of our beaches without any agreement in place with the Army Corps. We've done it once this year already. We've got major ones coming up. It has nothing to do with our regular beach renourishment process. These are storms that are coming. We had the no-name storm a few years back that came across and did damage. We have the one earlier in the year. We have one just now. And so that's a big concern. And to the question that Commissioner Val asked about the risk of a bond rating, it goes to that same point. Not playing the games in the city, in Pinellas County, does concern me a lot for a number of reasons. And I think the delay will be coinciding a little bit with the actions that are taking on the bond validation. Because there is options here in the county, whether it's the city of Clearwater and the Philly Stadium, which I know would be on the table for consideration. There are other facilities right here in this county that they could commit to in the event that things aren't worked out with the Trop. Sales tax stays here. People that come and visit maybe closer to home, they rent hotel rooms closer to the game, et cetera. So I think there's a lot of reasons we could add back a little bit to those funds that we're losing. That is a big deal. It's why I supported the delay. And I do think the comment that you also made that, yep, the TDC can't do, they're restricted funds, but we know that the wear and tear of our infrastructure, whether it's the roads, the sewers, the drainage, and the beaches, which serve a extremely important infrastructure protection, are extremely important. And to the extent that the state allows some, little, none at this time, is subject to change. And I think there's going to be more and more of an appetite to make sure that our infrastructure, we get 15 million visitors a year, which accounts for about 1.2 million per month on average, on top of our 1 million residents that are here. I would say that the impact on our infrastructure is significant, and certainly on the beaches themselves from the storms that come that are not expected. So I'm not sure that even without the delay, if we have the delay, I'm not sure I'm going to support it, but I certainly think we need to delay until they make a decision on where they're going to be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when we took our vote back in June or July, whenever it was, I was confident in my vote, and I'm still confident in my vote from then. I mean, I looked at, what we're going to invest versus the return on investment over 30 years in tax revenue, and I was comfortable with those numbers now, and I'm comfortable with those. I'm comfortable with then, and I'm comfortable with it now. I do have concern with where the rays are going to play over the next 3 years. I recognize that there are other stakeholders other than just them involved in that decision, such as MLB and the Players Union, but this is when we need the raise the most. And the fact that they haven't, at least not to my knowledge, had a public-facing statement of, we're going to do everything we can to be in Pinellas County because Pinellas County is our partner over the next 3 years, concerns me. So I haven't really decided how I'm going to vote here, but it's been bugging me, and it concerns me, and I don't think it would be a terrible idea if we delayed this until we figured out what they're going to do.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. According to the last public article regarding the raise and that the city of St. Pete is responsible through the insurance that it has on the stadium, they've already brought in 2 consultants, one to do a full assessment of damage for the entire stadium as a result of the roof being torn off and then all the damage that was done on the inside. And so that report isn't back yet. I don't know when it's going to be back or whatever. We haven't gotten any information on it. But based on the motion that's been made, I would ask the maker of that motion if they would consider a time certain to bring this item back so that hopefully staff will have a conversation with the Rays about their intention. The comment that the Rays did make was no comment when they were asked that question. Their comment was no comment. So I do believe it'll have a severe impact, certainly on the tourism dollars that we collect. But I would like for the maker of the motion, if he would entertain giving a time certain date for staff to, because I've not heard that staff has had a conversation with the Rays. If they have, then I apologize. But to give them a chance to have a conversation with them, or to even have them at our next meeting to talk about their plans, about what it is that they would like to do. I don't think to us it should be no comment. I think to us it should be a conversation and a potential plan. Of course, all depending on what comes out as a result of this, of their assessment for the building structure, and whether or not they can still play in the building without the, without the roof or whatever. So, because it rains in other places that don't have roofs, they play in the rain, just no lightning. So I don't know if my colleague would entertain that.
So would the maker of the motion entertain a friendly amendment that has a time certain on it?
Well, my attitude is that our staff negotiated with the Rays a couple months ago on an agreement, and in that agreement, it said that with the new facility, if there was an act of God that prevented them from playing in that new facility, they would look first in Pinellas County, and if there was not a stadium here that they could play in, then they would look in Hillsborough County. Major League Baseball in 2021 had regular season Major League Baseball games in Pinellas County, and so it's been done as recently as 3 years ago in Pinellas County, and it was in Dunedin during the pandemic with the Toronto Blue Jays. So there are facilities in Pinellas County that they could use. And so the fact that they have not said anything publicly, I think, is pretty telling.
So you'd consider that not a friendly amendment, and you're not?
Yeah,
That
he's
is
not
correct.
accepting the friendly
Okay.
amendment.
I mean, my colleague is very friendly.
I understand, I was strictly the amendment, strictly the amendment. Okay, so any, Commissioner Justice?
Just quickly, I think people are prescribing sentiment and intention to people that really they have no idea what their sentiment or intention is. We don't know what the plans are. I can tell you I've had conversations with officials, and they're not saying because they don't know. They're scrambling. They had their entire building destroyed. We talk about people in businesses. That's what they're seeing. They don't know what they're going to do. So I think we should just, the facts are the facts, but saying because they haven't said this or that, that means this or that, I think it's a little step too far.
Well, and that's
Commissioner Levin?
And that's why, thank you, Madam Chair, and that's why I don't think that there's a problem in waiting. Like, why do we have to do this today? There's nothing urgent that says we must do this today, so why not wait another month or two?
So-
Until we have the reports about the trop and we let it see, how it plays out.
So I understand that, and my question is for Don, now that he walked away. So my question is, there was a timeline, and then once we took an action, then they have so much time to take another action. In that contract, do we get penalized if we stall on our part of that timeline?
No, there is a drop-dead provision that says that if we don't issue bonds by March 31st, 2025, there's an automatic termination provision of the development agreements. There is a slight difference if the conditions precedent are not met by the county or the city that causes an issue. Once those bonds are issued, they don't have to put the facility back to its initial state. That was something I hadn't mentioned before. If they don't come with their money once we put our money in escrow, not only do they have to refund that process, but they have to put the construction they've done so far back to its pre-construction state.
So now
That
what's?
part goes away.
Now, okay, so the drop dead date is March 31st. Now, once we start the bond process, how long does it take to complete the bond process? Don't we have to start it now to be able to meet that March 31st deadline?
We have several different factors that are ongoing. This is one of the steps that needs to happen. We also have a bond validation process that's ongoing that got pushed back. So that is one of the conditions preceding that also has to be met.
That's a court proceeding.
We're trying to run all these things as together as possible. Obviously, the Rays, we're hoping to be playing in there in the 2028, I believe, season. So that it's a lot of construction to go on in a compressed period of time. So that's why these windows are tight.
Okay, so there's 3 stages we have to go through before that March 31st date.
Yes.
And once you do stage 1, what's the typical timeline before you can do stage 2, and then the typical timeline before you do stage 3? Because I don't want to get in a situation that we can't meet that March 31st deadline and they can back out of everything. And so, I know you put this on here to give us a buffer on those 3 steps to make sure that we don't default, and then they can back out and have no accountability.
Yes, and Kareem may be better suited to answer, our bond counsel may be better suited to answer those timelines, or maybe even Sergio, our financial analyst. But like I said, the bond validation is one process. That's a 60-day process, including a 30-day process once it gets heard for appeal. And that's one of the conditions preceding, but otherwise generally.
But before he goes into that, you're talking about the bond validation process, and you're right, we built in time periods, and he can go through those issues. What we built into that process, we tried to cover in the beginning, though, is that, so separate from the issue, if you want to hear about where they're going to play or not and what they're working through, and that's going to take the next month, probably, like with anything, you're talking engineering reports and things like that, it's going to be, even longer than that. There's built-in processes to protect the county through each of those steps. And so we built those in purposely. And there's a lot of different pieces that we are working on. Your vote last month started the process to go through bond validation through the court proceedings. Could be a simple process, could be a long process, depending upon what you get into court. So there's several of these different steps. So he can generally outline that under the various steps we're going to need. But there's a lot of people having to work to get to those final actions.
So if you could clarify, so step one, bond validation, approximately 30 days, unless something happens with courts, it could make it longer. Then whatever step two is, and then if there's a step three, is step two another 30 or 60 days, depending on courts. How much of a buffer did we allow ourselves to have some kind of mishap happen so that we don't put us in a default?
Madam Chair, Kareem Spratling with the law firm of Bryant Miller Olive. We serve as your bond counsel. So previously, the idea was to close on the transaction this calendar year. But you pointed out correct, step one is to file the bond validation, and we did, and as Don pointed out, unfortunately with the hurricane, the courthouse was closed, and there was no way to provide notice, so we couldn't actually conduct our bond validation hearing. The next step is that right this moment, we're in the process of trying to reschedule the bond validation hearing with the court. We are aiming for December 5, which is the first date available for the court. Once the court signs an order to show cause, it provides notice to the public of the bond validation proceeding, then we can go and have the bond validation proceeding. Assuming that we are successful on December 5 and the judge signs the order, there's a 30-day appeal period after that. Assuming no one appeals, then we would file what we call a certificate of no appeal at that time. Presumably, at that time, we would start marketing the bonds. And that's where your bond underwriters come in, and that's where your professional financial advisors, public financial management comes into play. Generally, there's about a 2-week marketing period on the bonds. Once that 2-week period's in, assuming we satisfy the conditions preceded in your resolution, then we can issue the bonds. Then we deposit the funds in that escrow account that Don mentioned, and then only after the Rays satisfy their conditions preceding, the money goes from your escrow account over to the construction fund trust indenture.
So based on what you said, I'm doing in my head thinking that's a January 30th, January 31st, through that certification of note and then marketing the bond. So I'm thinking that takes to the end of January. So is the buffer we gave ourselves February and March? So we gave ourselves a 2-month buffer. So, and that's all contingent on courts.
There's other conditions preceding that are also beyond our control, which is one of the other conditions preceding is the city has to tell us they're ready to issue their bonds as well, so that one of us doesn't go ahead and sink money into a public thing with the other one not being in a place to do that. So I just wanted to point that out as well.
So the city still has the same timeline as we do?
Yes.
Well, they completed their bond validation, though. Only correction, they had their hearing, they received their order.
Okay, so they're ahead of us?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, so they're ahead of us.
They have not adopted their supplemental, but they're ahead of us in that they've completed their bond validation proceedings.
So, so I just wanted to be clear on that timeline. So it seems to me that we probably have, there can always be problems with courts. So in my opinion, I think we have probably a 4 to 5 week buffer, hoping that there's nothing wrong. So, Commissioner Latval, you didn't like that friendly amendment, but I think because there's a timeline that we have to meet, I think that's more of a friendly amendment than maybe what you thought. I think because we have a contract and the process to do this would take to March 31st, and you need a minimum of 8 to 10 weeks for the process. What I would like to see is a time certain that would allow us to make sure we have enough time. That gives us that 6-week buffer. So to me, then I would really like you to reconsider that time certain and give us 4 to 5 weeks or 6 weeks, depending on the meeting. When do we meet again? Maybe our next, let me do that. November 19th.
Yeah,
Okay. So,
I would like to amend my motion to delay this vote to the November 19th.
okay. Wait. Does the seconder, you're okay with that? Okay, so I feel much better about it, knowing that we just ate up our buffer, but we still have a general idea that we can still meet the contracts that we're obligated to. Don, am I correct in stating that?
Yes, I think the timelines work. I don't think we will violate our contract obligations if the board decides to move forward at that point.
Okay. Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question, I guess, for the process. Let's say they say the Players Union or MLB or whatever, and I like the idea of doing 20 games in Dunedin, 20 in Clearwater, and 20 in St. Pete if they can get Al Lang up to speed. I think that'd be great. But let's say for whatever reason they say no, the season schedule or the union, the labor union, whatever doesn't work out, and we have to be at Y World Sports or Steinbrenner, for even that matter, or Citrus, the Sportsplex in Pasco. So that comes back to this board on November 19th or whatever day that is. Then is it going to be rejected and we'll kill the entire deal for 30 years of a stadium? This is a discussion of we want to see where they're going to play. It's obviously a power play or a threat. So I just was curious, what enforcement are this board willing to carry through with on this threat?
Madam Chair.
Just a second. This is a question for Don. That does this, if we don't do the bonds and on November 19th we choose not to vote for it, that violates all the contracts that I signed that day. Does that violate the contracts?
It doesn't violate it. You have a legislative decision to make, and that is made clear, but the deal will fall apart.
Okay, and then if the deal falls apart, in what element are we liable? So, are we then liable to a punishment of them coming back at us for money, or?
There's nothing in the documents that refer to that. We would have costs that we've sunk in doing preparation for issuing bonds and things like that, but to the raise, we don't have, I believe, we don't have anything in the contracts that give them any kind of recourse.
Okay. Commissioner Long was next.
Well, I would just like to be on the record as stating that the Rays have been a good partner with Pinellas County for a long time. And it appears to me to be a bit premature to be having this conversation without any discussion with them at all with regard to what they are thinking, planning, or trying to attempt to do. And I would also like to point out, there are several folks down there in their leadership team that have lost everything. So they also are dealing with a boatload of issues, both personal and professional. And I think we ought to, before we have a discussion again, to me, it would be abundantly fair to make a good faith effort to have a conversation with them first and find out what their thoughts are. Because right now, we have no idea. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Eggers, I heard you first.
Yeah, well, first of all, if they think that it's important to this commission to play in this county, if the things don't work out with the trop, that's an important message to send from this meeting. It doesn't have anything to do with what we're going to talk about at the next meeting, because at the next meeting, we may be at a crossroads where you have to decide if that's important enough or letting the deal go is important enough. That's another decision. But for today, I think it's important to say to them, play here in this county. And there are options for them to play in this county. And so that's all, I think that's the message that we need to send. It's not, it's not really a high-stakes poker game. This is really if you feel it in your heart that they need to be playing in this county for a whole bunch of reasons, for people to come to this county, pay sales tax on those tickets, stay in hotels that are closer to the game in our county and pay those bad tax dollars, that's what we need to be telling them. And then next month, because I think we agreed on that 30-day extension, then we have those discussions. But in the meantime, to Commissioner Long's point, we need to be having that sincere discussion with them and let them know that this is important to us, that you play here. So that's all I'm saying. And I think that's the message that should come out of this meeting so that, anyway, not enough said. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Commissioner Lettville.
I could not agree more than what Commissioner Eggers just said. But I wanted to add a couple points because when I'm not a politician, I'm an avid baseball fan. The commissioner of baseball is elected by the owners of the MLB teams. So Rob Manfred, the commissioner of baseball, literally works for the Major League Baseball teams. So he works at their behest. Steinbrenner Field, which has been mentioned, is in the same minor league division, the Florida State League, as both Clearwater and Dunedin. Their stadium, and I looked this up before our meeting, their stadium is virtually the same size as Clearwater's. It's a couple hundred seats larger. Disney, which was also mentioned, Wide World of Sports, is actually smaller than Clearwater Stadium. So in my mind, it virtually makes zero sense for them to go to Orlando. So with that being said, I urge your favorable vote in delaying this for another month because it is important for baseball to stay in Pinellas County, and especially right after we just got whacked by 2 hurricanes, because baseball, as the Ray said, should be here to stay. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Commissioner Long's comments as well as Commissioner Eggers' comments. We do have to have a conversation with the Rays and just understand where they're coming from here. And I guess what sort of troubles me is the fact that this is a big decision. Today's decision is just as big as the one we made a few months ago, really, in the final analysis. And the fact that there's nobody here from the Rays to be able to answer any questions, and they haven't said anything to us publicly up until this point, that's just what bugs me about it right now, quite honestly. So, and I think we're just basically, I think Commissioner Eggers framed it correctly, that we're not saying deals off, we just need to understand what's happening. So, thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, now I did make a phone call to one person in management, and the truth of the matter is there was a meeting today. I mean, when I talked to him yesterday, there's a meeting today. So, you know, and we talked about, you know, what might be the first year and then what's 3 years from now. Now, I expressed my opinion that I think if the Clearwater Field didn't meet their expectations, that I felt the ownership of the Phillies would be willing to partner as they're looking to invest in that anyways. So, you know, I strongly urge them to reach out to John Middleton and to have a serious conversation. And you know, so I don't know if you all have called him, but I know I called him and I encouraged them. And I think that's really our job that we have to do. I don't know it's necessarily making a statement here, it's making a statement to the general public about how serious we are about them staying here. So I see that and there's value there. But I really think it's up to us to really pressure them. And it was my impression that their goal was to stay in the immediate area, all for the whole 3 years, you know. And if something were to happen in the beginning of this year and they couldn't do it right in the beginning of this year, the goal was to definitely have year 2 and 3. So I didn't get the impression that they were looking to go to Orlando. I didn't get the impression that they were looking to go anywhere else for a fan base. So I just didn't get that impression. My impression was it's the union, the players' union, and it's the MLB that have to weigh in before, you know, when they look at all the options. And those meetings hadn't happened yet. So I don't think there's any, my impression was that there's no movement to make a move like that, to you know, their players, their management are all living in St. Petersburg and in the Tampa Bay area, and I didn't get the impression that they were looking to be moving to Orlando. So just timing. Timing is, this thing happened to all of us, and we're all working our way through it. And I'm not really sure how I feel about this approach. But that being said, is there any other comments or discussion? Seeing none, then I would ask the clerk to bring this up for members to vote. So we are, Jewel, you want to do this so I don't say it wrong?
My understanding is the motion was to delay this item until the November 19th meeting.
So you won't be here to vote for it? No, but I'm here today. You are here today. So if it does pass, then you won't be here in November.
I'll come back if you remember. But my voting card, I'm a yes.
Okay. So that passes 6-1 to delay this until November 19th. And that will also allow us enough time in that timeline to do bonds if the future commission decides to move forward on this.
All right.
Okay?
Item 22 is an award of bid for highway safety devices for the Starkey Row, Willow Avenue signalization.
We got a motion from Commissioner Eggers, a second from Commissioner Scott. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting card and members vote.
Again, my card isn't up, but I'm a yes.
So a yes for Commissioner Long, so that passes unanimously. We're going to move on to number 23.
Application for the Federal Highway Administration. This is for the replacement of the Dunedin Causeway.
Okay, I have a speaker for this one. I'm sorry if I cut you off, Barry.
Yep.
Were you done? I didn't mean to cut you off. Okay, so David Ballard Geddes, you've got
David
3 minutes, David.
Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. A few years ago, the city of Dunedin replaced a water pipe alongside Dunedin Causeway. It took almost 4 years for the contractor, Roland Corporation, to replace the water pipe along the causeway. All the while, our government knew that the Dunedin Causeway Bridge was in need of being replaced. 3 decades ago, all the truckloads of dirt that were hauled out to Honeymoon Island during the construction phase of the Will Dunn Reclaimed Water Plant had destabilized the Dunedin Causeway Bridge. Now that the new bridge is soon to be built, obviously the recently constructed water pipe will also need to be in part redone and replaced a second time, in effect charging the taxpayers twice in an act of reverse engineering. A similar act of reverse engineering took place when the county put sidewalks down along my house in my neighborhood, and a year after that, the construction of the new sidewalk had to come out so that they could put down reclaimed water pipes, ignoring the fact that our potable lines are 75 years old, and the sidewalk will have to come back out in order to put down potable water lines. This seems to be systemic, this reverse engineering of such. I call into question the new bridge on Dunedin Causeway. In effect, is the causeway itself in need of being reconstructed? So after you put in the new bridge on Dunedin Causeway, are they going to come back at us and say, oh, we need to reconstruct the causeway and we'll have to put in another new bridge after that? It seems as though the legislation's behaving more of a proactive villain in their development practices and doing everything to suit their own ways and means, and I'm calling that into question. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay,
I just had one question.
you got a question?
Yeah, the staff that's doing this grant application, are we still talking about that middle span?
Mid-rise. It's
Yeah.
the same application.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or discussion? We don't. Got a motion from Commissioner Scott, a second from Commissioner Eggers, and it would be nice if we can coordinate everything to be done all at the same time so we didn't have to rip out sidewalks all the time. He does have a point, but in a perfect world. So if seeing no other questions or discussion, if the clerk could bring up the board and members vote. And that, Commissioner Long?
I'm a yes.
And Commissioner Lavalley, yes, that passes unanimously. We're going to move on to number 24.
So First Amendment to an agreement with recycling services. This is for our collection in unincorporated Pinellas County, correct?
Okay, any questions?
Yes.
Move approval.
One question from Commissioner Eggers.
Excuse me, if somebody could just maybe explain what is happening here with this First Amendment. It seems like a large increase, but is there anybody here who can speak to that?
Good afternoon, Paul Sacco, Director of Solid Waste. So the First Amendment that was passed before was to address the increase in processing fees for the recycled materials. And these are materials that are being recycled or collected in county parks and beach areas, not the unincorporated.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
And this amendment is really just to increase the amount for the contract. It doesn't change the fees.
So it's the volume that you're receiving.
We're receiving a lot more volume than we were expected when we put the contract together.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Stay there.
We had a motion from Commissioner Scott and a second from Commissioner Long, I believe. Any other questions or discussion? Okay, thanks. Did you want to keep them here?
No, I want, yeah, because the next item's Cavanta.
Oh, okay. So if the clerk could bring up the voting card, members vote.
I'm a yes.
That passes unanimously. We'll move on to number 25, Paul.
And
Well,
this is-
Barry first.
Yeah, and this is a third amendment to an agreement with Reward, which is formerly Cavanta. This gets us to where they can go out to bid and see the results of that bid.
Any questions or discussion?
Move approval.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Scott, second from Commissioner Long. If the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote.
I'm a yes.
And that passes unanimous. We can move on to number 26.
The second amendment to agreement with Condi Holdings. This is a proprietary corrosion control chemical blend used in our water system.
Okay. Any questions? We got a motion from Commissioner Eggers.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Scott. Any other discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting card and members vote.
I'm a yes.
And that will pass unanimously. And next, is number 27.
Item 27, advance life support first responder agreements with 18 municipalities and independent fire districts. And these are outlined within your packet and are in alignment with the budget that was recently passed.
Okay. Any questions or discussion? Got a motion?
Move approval.
Motion from Commissioner Long.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Scott. The clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote.
I'm a yes.
That passes unanimously. Right? Do we have everybody? We only had 6 up there. I was Long, Latvala, me. It didn't go through. I pushed it. Okay. That does pass unanimously, but for the record, it's got everybody. Number 28.
And this is fire protection service agreements with 9 municipalities providing fire protection in the 11 fire districts. So this is the portion where we cover unincorporated areas.
Okay. Do you have any questions? Entertain a motion? You have a question?
Just a comment.
Commissioner Justice.
Just a quick comment. I want to thank staff. When I first came on the commission, when Commissioner Long and I first came on the commission, these 2 items would have taken 2 weeks that we just did. So I appreciate the staff continuing that relationship that we built years ago to get us to where we are today. Thank you.
2 weeks was generous. Two weeks was
Jim.
generous. Commissioner Justice made a motion, and Commissioner Long made the second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could pull up the voting card and members vote.
I'm a yes.
And that passes unanimously, and we're going to go to Madam County Attorney.
I am not asking for any action on 29. We're withdrawing this. The settlement did not materialize, so we will be moving forward and filing suit. The board granted authority to file suit back in September, so that is the route we will be taking.
Okay, any reports?
No reports.
No reports. We're going to move on to County Administrator. Do you have any other reports other than what you gave out this morning, or this afternoon?
Yes, I'll keep this to something that I need to read, that is, and I'll read it. It has to do with lead and copper rules, and so we just need to read this into the record. So Pinellas County has complied with the initial steps mandated by the new EPA lead and copper revised rule by publishing a service line inventory for all public and private service lines in our distribution system as of October 16th. By November 16, 2024, Pinellas County must notify all customers what we know about their service lines. Pinellas County has been and will continue to visually inspect all water service lines during the installation of the AMI meters. That project is expected to be completed by October 2026. Based upon the status of visual inspections, we will be sending customers one of three letters. One, saying that we have inspected and found no lead or copper in your service line, so no action is necessary. Or, we've inspected and found no lead or copper in your service line, but we have found the line to be galvanized. Or, we have not inspected your service line, but as the new meters are installed, we will provide a notification if lead or copper or galvanized lines are found. Customers with lead or galvanized service line are strongly encouraged to replace them, although this is not mandatory. Pinellas County has complied or has compiled a list of schools and child care facilities served within the system and verified those first. I just needed to comply with our rules, or the EPA rules. I need to put that into the record. I have no other report.
Okay, thank you. So then we're going to go on to number 32. We got a motion from Commissioner Scott, a second from Commissioner Latvala. We're going to do an all in favor, I think. On this one, do you have to do all in favor? Is that all right, Madam Clerk? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. The next one, 33, is by Commissioner Flowers. Do you have a motion? All right, we got a motion by Commissioner Scott, a second by Commissioner Justice for an approval for the Board of Adjustments. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. We're going to move on to number 34, and that's going to require a ballot. Now, we have to approve 3 appointments to the TDC. There are 4 people that is eligible. The only one that's eligible under the hotelier column, which you have to vote for at least one, would be Chuck Prather. And then you have to vote for at least 1 or 2 on the tourist industry. We do have 1 speaker, so while you're filling those out, if Captain Dylan Hubbard, hi Dylan, good to see you.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Captain Dylan Hubbard. I reside in Seminole off of 92nd Avenue, but my business is inside Johns Pass. And I'm here today to ask for your consideration in my application to the TDC. Our family businesses have been involved in the tourism industry for nearly 100 years and 4 family generations. My grandfather served on the TDC, my father served on the TDC, and I look to improve upon that legacy serving our county and our tourism industry. So I'd appreciate your support in my application, and thank you for your time.
Madam
Thank you,
Chair.
Dylan. Commissioner Justice.
I just wanted to say I had an opportunity to sit down with the captain, and we get the opportunity to meet a lot of folks that apply for these boards and committees, and rarely had I sat down and talked with someone who would put so much thought and perspective into it. And I just really wanted to say thank you for offering yourself in service. But really, I learned a lot in that meeting, and appreciate the opportunity to vote for him today.
And Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to agree with everything that Commissioner Justice just mentioned. And Dylan, when I learned of their history in Pinellas County, I was just so surprised just to hear how far it went back into Pinellas County history. And, it's just very, very interesting, and I think you'd be a great addition.
And I concur. The Hubbard family has a long, long history and tradition. But what that family has brought to this community more than just the tourism or the fishing industry, but they really have gotten in the transit industry for tourism. They have really expanded their breadth about how to serve and be a real resource and part of the true infrastructure of tourism in Pinellas County. And if you don't know them or haven't had a chance to get to know them, they've always been incredibly creative, that if something doesn't work, we're going to get creative to make it work. And I've never seen an organization that looks outside of the box probably more than they do. So again, maybe we ought to spoke sooner before we put the ballot out, but really outstanding. Jules waving at, maybe we're doing something.
No, you're not doing anything wrong. There was a question on Thursday as to the eligibility of one of the individuals on this ballot, Mike Williams, as to whether he would be eligible for the hotel category. He is not, just to answer the question that was raised on Thursday.
Okay. And he's a...
He does not appear in that category on the ballot. That just was raised on Thursday. He does not work for Innisbrook anymore. He has a consulting
No,
firm.
he does not. He has a consulting firm, so it's different than the traditional people that we usually are on that. Commissioner Latvala.
So while we are heaping praise on the captain, I will just mention that about a year ago, I learned that one of the cool aspects about getting married is you get to have bachelor party.
Oh.
And part of my bachelor party weekend was going on a fishing trip with Hubbard's Marina. And I always have been a fan of eating hogfish, but catching hogfish is about as equal of cool experience. So they run an amazing business out there, and then after you catch them, they actually cook them for you. So it's, yeah. So and they probably give Dr. Flowers a run for her money in the cooking department. So.
Okay, do we have, we're waiting on one, okay. And I will say, everybody on that ballot is a worthy person to serve. All of them. I have just been, it's been a privilege to serve on that board this year, and every single member is outstanding, and that's, I mean, it's a difficult decision because everybody's really great.
The board has selected Charles Prater, Patricia Rodriguez, and James Dillon Hubbard.
Okay. Congratulations, Dylan. And I know you're going to serve well. Yeah, just sitting that long.
Can you bring some cooked hogfish?
Yeah, right. We're going to move on to 35. I know Commissioner Scott has...
Thank you, Madam Chair. We discussed the county administrator's annual review last Thursday, so I would like to make a motion to accept his review and that the county administrator receive the same raise as all other employees, which I believe was 4.5%? 600 plus 4.5%.
Okay. I have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion or comments? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes. And then, yes. Microphone, please.
Sorry, thank you. Our reviews are all public record, correct?
Yes.
And they're accessible if people want to
Yeah.
ask about them. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go to updates, and given the time, and I'm sure people are hungry, and we have another meeting at 6 o'clock, I'm going to ask you to be real quick on your updates. So I'm going to start with Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I first wanted to pay my respects to a wonderful lady, and that is Sue Burfield, who recently passed away. She was a legislative aide to many, including myself, Jim Frisch, Jim Sebesta, my father, and I think a couple other folks in the legislature. She was a Clearwater City Commissioner in the 1990s. Her husband, Jim, was also a public servant. And it was people like the Burfields, Jim and Sue, who helped build our city back in the day. And their public service is continuing through both of their daughters as well as their legacy. And she will be missed. This Friday, November 1st, I will be having a farm share with Representative Kim Burfield at Evra Health at 707 Druid Road in Clearwater from 9 to 1. And so, again, that's this Friday, November 1st, Evra Health, 707 Druid Road in Clearwater from 9 to 1. This past week, I visited with some friends at Chipwatch to see the progress that they have made in getting rid of their Brazilian peppers that really had infested their mangroves and plantation there, plant life. And I wanted to thank Kelly Levy and her team with the help that they gave them. And also this past week, I did something really cool and amazing that everyone here should do at some point if you haven't, and that is serve lunch at HEP in Clearwater. It was a humbling experience, and especially at this time when a lot of folks in our community are going through some really difficult times. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll make it brief. A lot of mine were done during the, earlier on when we were talking about all the issues related to the storm. But I did want to just give kudos not only to our employees for what they've been doing, but also Tampa Bay Water and their employees and what they've been doing on another scale, on another effort to make sure that the water continues to come to Pinellas County. We went through that at our last meeting and heard the details, the issues, the really hard work that's being done, and the good communication with each of the member governments that are part of that team, and that includes us, of course. So hats off to them. I sit on the Veterans Engagement Board for the VA. I understand we had a 10-year anniversary, and Brett Miller and myself really got it started 10 years ago. Very proud of the work that's going on there. But they gave us also a report on what they went through. And if you know where Bay Pines is, surrounded by water everywhere, they were cut off. And during Helene, they did evacuate to the middle of the campus, and they ended up fine there. As they were trying to unravel, like the rest of us, the other storm came, and they just evacuated everybody. And I can't imagine the effort for a hospital to have to evacuate. And a lot of hospitals in the county evacuated, so they couldn't even send them to other hospitals in the county. They ended up going down county, even to Miami. The mental health group ended up going to Miami so there's a lot of relocation, long relocations, a lot of work by the employees there who also lost their homes, but were there working on behalf of our veterans. Extremely proud of them, and thank you for your comments about the Burfield family. My thoughts and prayers go out to Kim and her family, and thank you for the food delivery this November 1st. Appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Long.
I really don't have anything. We all talked about the storm, and luckily Rick and I were out of the country, so we missed it.
Good for you.
So I'm sorry for that, for all of you, the rest of you that worked so hard. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just really quickly, some of you know or remember Debbie Ballinger, who followed Art O'Hara as it relates to being the executive director of our club, and Louise Graham, she has retired. And so taking her place is the former chief operating officer, which is Amy Shore. So I just wanted to share that publicly and recognize that. For the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, our Resiliency Conference is coming up. It will be May 3rd and 4th of 2025 at the new Palmetto Marriott and Spa. Won't be at the Clearwater Hilton Hotel. It was some issues with parking. They went up extremely on their pricing, and so it will be at that new location. And it's just good to move it around when you look at the partners who are members of the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council.
What's the dates again?
May 3rd and 4th. So hopefully you'll be able to make it, perhaps. And then as a member of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, we are required to take a training that's presented through HUD, but because of the hurricane, the training had to be canceled. And I have to attend in order to keep our ability to participate in HUD programming. If a rep doesn't attend, then you are not able to participate. So that's been rescheduled for me for November 14th at 2:00 p.m. So I will be attending that, and I'll just leave it there since I know we're short on time.
Okay, Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't really have a lot. Just want to congratulate Commissioner Flowers, who did an incredible job as Mistress of Ceremony for the NAACP 83rd Freedom Fund banquet that was Sunday. Yes. Sunday. So a great time by a huge crowd there at the Coliseum. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I visited the FEMA Fast Track site in Tarpon Springs that was staffed by Congresswoman Luna's staff. I met with several residents navigating that process and looking for FEMA assistance. Also had a chance to meet briefly with Mayor Kulias and City Commissioner Banther regarding county support and sharing of information. Met with David Hale and Janet Hooper. I was at a tour of the Maddie Williams Neighborhood Family Center and got a behind-the-scenes look at their expansion projects. They shared their work supporting the families displaced by the standard apartments in Clearwater, and they were also very appreciative of all of Commissioner Justice's supports and effort through the years as well. I presented 2 Hurricane Hero Challenge coins to James Arihush and the team at Aries Roofing for their display of community support. The day after each storm, they deployed crews to help their employees' families with demolition, cleanup, and restoration efforts. Also, Nick Pappas and the team at Flamestone American Grill for the ultimate display of hospitality after the storms by offering free meals to all first responders and linemen, which is a great example of taking care of those who took care of us. And then finally this morning, I had an opportunity to join Brian Loeck and Clearwater Mayor Bruce Rector at a press conference out on Clearwater Beach, officially declaring Clearwater Beach back open for business after the storms and encouraging people to come and visit. So that concludes my report.
Thank you. So I've been busy with the canvassing board, and I want to thank Commissioner Long, who filled in for me last week. On the canvassing board, it's always interesting on the canvassing board, but I do appreciate your support and helping out. Last week I was in London and then Amsterdam. Last week was one of the largest tourism trade shows for Europe. And in the beginning, I was thinking about canceling, and Brian encouraged me to go, and then the TDC council members encouraged me to go, feeling that that the people wouldn't be confident in selling our destination if I didn't. So I have to say, my first meeting with the sales, we contract with people from the UK to do those sales for us in Europe. And so I sat at the table with them, and we had timed meetings with buyers. And every buyer didn't want to come to our table. The news in Europe was more devastating than the news nationally, and the people in Europe just thought Florida was just wiped off the planet. Not just Clearwater and St. Pete, but just we're just gone. So people did not want to come to our table, and once I assured them that 80% of our tourism industry businesses were open and operating, and our attractions were open and our beaches were clean and beautiful, then they were willing to sit down and offer to buy ads, buy trainings, and sell our destination. So I'm glad I went. I felt like there was real value, because if our contract people from the UK said it, it wouldn't have made the same impact as me being there and saying it. And then the inaugural flight, nonstop flight from Amsterdam to Tampa, we did the same thing. We did press conferences. We let everyone in Amsterdam know that we're open for business, and their weather's about to get cold, and ours is not going to get cold. So we really did a big crossover with the media in both the UK and all over Europe, and especially in the Amsterdam area. So I did feel like there was value. I'm glad I went, because I really hesitated about going. And Commissioner Long encouraged me, and actually it was her encouragement that kind of sealed it. So thank you. I also want to wish everybody a safe and happy Halloween. I know it's going to be a little different for a lot of people this year, trick-or-treating, and for the children, but I hope everyone has a safe and happy Halloween. I want to welcome Mayor John Doctor to the city of Treasure Island. If you hadn't heard, Mayor Tyler Payne resigned yesterday, so Mayor John Doctor will be resuming that position. And as always, I want to thank our deputies, Deputy Winnick and Deputy Manley, for being here. We just love your dedication to service, and I know how hard you have worked, just like as hard as our incredible employees have worked over the last, I don't even know how many weeks it is now, but we are so appreciative of your service and what you do for us every day. And with that, we're going to recess until 6 p.m., and we'll have our public hearing. So thank you all for being here. Resume our meeting with the public hearing. And we're going to start with item number 36.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Agenda item number 36 is the first of two public hearings to consider the adoption of a resolution regarding the proposed brownfield area designation of the Rainbow Village Green Reuse Area. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, and we have someone here that's there to answer any questions for anyone that might have them. Is anyone looking for a presentation? Do they have a question, discussion? Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to get a little explanation. I mean, I've read through what we're doing there with the brownfield, but my understanding is already construction there. So how do we remediate that if there's already, I drive by that quite a bit, and it just seems like there's already construction going there. So just
Okay,
a little
so
understanding what the big plan is for that.
you want to have Jill from the county speak, or do you want to have the applicant speak?
Whoever can give me just a quick overview of what it is we're doing.
Okay.
Okay.
Certainly.
So Brett, be sure to state your name.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Brett Brummond. I'm with the Goldstein Environmental Law Firm. We have offices at 2100 Ponce de Leon Boulevard in Coral Gables, and we represent the applicant Heritage Oaks LLLP. Commissioner, in response to your question, what is currently there is a very old housing. It was built, I believe, in the 60s. And there's a history of landfilling activities and possibly use of the property as a citrus grove in the past. So there could be subsurface contamination that was never identified in the past. So what this designation does is it provides a bit of an insurance policy, a very inexpensive insurance policy that would allow the developer to immediately enter into a brownfield site rehabilitation agreement with the Department of Environmental Protection if anything is discovered in the future as construction progresses. And this is a multi-phase development. We're currently constructing phase 1. There will be 3 additional phases when it is complete. So it'll be a multi-year process. So if anything is discovered from this historical activities in the area, this would be the way to address it by attracting state money into the county to lessen the cost of any cleanup that has to happen.
Got it. Okay, perfect. I appreciate that high-level overview.
Welcome.
Okay, any other questions, discussion? Nope, seeing none. We got a motion from Commissioner Long, a second from Commissioner Flowers. Seeing no further discussion, if the clerk could bring up the voting card and members vote.
And just for this is just the first of 2 hearings. So really
Oh,
all
so
you
we're
would-
not voting on this?
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean.
sorry about that. I apologize. I retract that voting statement. So then we will address this at the next meeting for the second reading. Thank you for being here to answer our questions. We're going to go on to number 37, which is being withdrawn, but I believe Commissioner Scott has a question.
I just wanted to just keep this one on the burner, the front burner, so we don't, I understand, want to do a little further legal review on it, but it's just a hot button item. I just want to make sure it stays a priority. Thank you.
Okay, then we're going to move on to number 38.
Agenda item number 38 is case number FLU 24-02. This is a request by Habitat for Humanity of Pinellas County Incorporated to amend the future land use map from commercial neighborhood to residential low on approximately .26 acre located at 1310 Gooden Crossing in unincorporated Largo. This is companion to item number 39. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, desires from the commission. Do they want a presentation? Do you have any discussion or questions? We got a motion from Commissioner Eggers, a second from Commissioner Long. Seeing no other questions or discussion, this one we're voting on, so if the clerk could bring up the voting cards, commissioners vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. And then the companion item, number 39. Can we have it read first to the record? We have to have it read to the record first, please.
Thank you. Agenda item number 39 is case number ZON 2404. This is a request by Habitat for Humanity of Pinellas County Incorporated for a zoning change from C1 neighborhood commercial to R3 single family residential on approximately 0.26 acre located at 1310 Gooden Crossing in unincorporated Largo. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying, I do. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, we had a motion from Commissioner Flowers, a second from Commissioner Long. Any other question or discussions? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting card and members vote. And that passes unanimously. We'll move on to number 40.
Agenda item number 40 is a petition submitted by Dennis J. Covini and Nancy Covini to vacate the east 54.50 feet of the west 62 feet of the south 1.5 feet of the 20-foot utility and drainage easement lying along the north boundary of Lot 33, Highland Lakes, Unit 9, Plat Book 77, pages 84 to 85, lying in Section 312716, Pinellas County, Florida. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying, I do. Letters of no objection have been received by the clerk from the appropriate parties. All interested parties have been notified as to the date of the public hearing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, we got a motion from Commissioner Eggers, a second from Commissioner Long. Any other questions, discussion? No. If the clerk could bring up the voting card and members vote. And that passes unanimously. Number 41, I have some people that want to speak on 41 and on 42, and Commissioner Long asked for a point of, what's the right word? Personal privilege, thank you. And I'm going to grant that, so if you'll all indulge me, and Commissioner Long has something she wants to say.
Yes, I just didn't want the rest of the meeting to go by without publicly thanking County Administration and Barry and Della and Joe Lugo and Sandy for helping me keep my office running smoothly for the last 5 to 6 months, because I really didn't want to have to hire a brand-new person and spend the time training them up only to leave them, kind of waffling after that. So I'm very grateful. Thank you ever so much, and I will miss everyone. Thank my colleagues for putting up with all my crazy.
Thank you, and you will be missed, I promise. You will be missed. Okay, so then we're going to move on to number 41.
Agenda item 41 is a petition submitted by Dustin W. Chisholm and Donna M. Chisholm to vacate the south 10 feet of the 70-foot drainage easement lying along the north boundary of Lot 11, Pamela Estates, Plat Book 71, page 70, lying in Section 203015, Pinellas County, Florida. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying, I do. Letters of no objection have been received by the clerk from the appropriate parties. All interested parties have been notified as to the date of the public hearing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk. And Madam Chair, I did have one individual pre-registered to speak on this item via Zoom. However, I do not see them in the Zoom application.
I believe he's present. Is that George Robinson?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so he's present. And Mr. Robinson, if you want to come up, and you have 3 minutes, and please state your name and your address. Yeah, up to the podium. It's the second one, the second podium. That one, yes.
Yes, hi. My name is George Robinson. Any other information you need?
And your address, where you live.
12767 91st Avenue.
Perfect. Go ahead.
It just wasn't clear about the property that needed to be vacated. The wording on the petition doesn't seem to match the diagrams that I downloaded online. So I just wanted to know exactly what area are we talking about.
Okay. So would you like a presentation?
Yeah, can we do a presentation?
We'll do a presentation. And I'll tell you what, you have 2.5 minutes left. After the presentation, if you still have comment, we'll let you come back up, which is not what I normally do, but we're going to do that today.
All right, thank you.
I had like 2:25 left. Or just leave it like that and restart it.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. Michael Schoderbach with Building Development Review Services. This is a request to vacate a petition that's the 10 feet wide by 70 feet long in the backside of a property. This is in a single-family residential subdivision. As you can see on this aerial vision on here, the area in blue is what's requested to be vacated. That same ribbon that runs along the back of all the other properties adjacent to was vacated back in '84. For some reason which we could not determine, this property was not included in that vacation. So now the current property owner is coming in asking for the same request that was granted to the adjacent neighbors. They're looking to build a screen room which would extend into that area. Additionally, they'll add that they have also agreed to remove any structures that encroach into the remaining easement that's on the north side of their property between the backside of the house and McKay Creek.
Okay.
Just a close-up view of the property. And just showing the petitioned area. In map showing utilities, no utilities run in the back of the property besides the drainage easement. And just a close-up of the proposed vacation. County departments have reviewed this and have no objection to the request. This vacation supports redevelopment of the property, and staff recommends approval. And I'll answer any questions you have.
Okay, any questions for staff? No. So, Mr. Robinson, if you want to come back up, and you've got 2 minutes and 22 seconds left if you have comments regarding this issue. Wait till you get to the microphone. Okay, perfect.
The 70-foot easement, where is that exactly? Because it seems to be the area that wants to be vacated is adjacent to the back of his house.
You're outlined in blue.
Yeah, it's the area outlined.
That is correct.
Yeah, and every other neighbor was given that vacation, and he was not for some reason. He didn't want it, or the previous owner didn't want it, now they want it. So now it would be consistent with each neighbor.
Okay, so it wouldn't be 10 feet up here?
No.
No.
The backside.
All right, that's the only question I had, because I didn't quite understand why the 10 feet adjacent to his house wasn't already vacated.
Okay.
It's just right behind his house.
Right
there.
behind his
Yeah.
house.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
And thank you for coming in. Okay, any other questions or discussion?
Move approval.
We got a motion from Commissioner Scott, a second from Commissioner Eggers. If the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote. And that passes unanimously. And we'll go to number 42. I have a speaker on number 42. Because we didn't vote for the companion in the first meeting, we would look to have this item moved date certain for the same date, November 19th. So
I'll make a motion that
we got a motion from Commissioner Scott, a second from Commissioner Latvala. I do have a speaker who is registered, Brad McCoy. Is Mr. McCoy on Zoom?
No, ma'am.
Is Mr. McCoy in the room? No, well, maybe he decided since we changed it. So we have a motion on the floor and a second to move this to date certain November 19th. If we could, all in favor on this one?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, and with no other things coming before the commission, on this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.